you. Please be seated. Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Today is Tuesday, October 18, 2022. This is another day of trial in the case of State of Ohio Plaintiff versus George Washington Wagner IV, case number 2018, CR 155. The defendant is present with his attorneys John Parker and Richard Nash. The State of Ohio is represented by the prosecuting attorney Walt Junk, by special prosecuting attorneys Angela Canepa and Andrew Wilson. Also present is Ryan Scheider, special agent of Ohio VC I&I. Yesterday at the close of the day, witness Julia Everslage was on the witness stand, and the defense was cross-examining her. And the issue arose about whether states exhibits or states, I guess it would be states exhibits if I have these numbers correctly, WW14, WW15, and WW21 should be admitted in their entirety. Portions thereof were played in the state's direct examination of Ms. Everslage, and so the argument was made by defense that the entirety of those tapes should be played. Argued by each side has been Evidence Rule 106. I'm a little curious about whether Evidence Rule 106 is applicable at this point. Some of the issues involved there are, for sure, but let me just speak here a little bit about Evidence Rule 106, which reads that when a witness, or excuse me, when a writing or recorded statement or part thereof is introduced by a party, an adverse party may require the introduction at that time of any other part or any other writing or recorded statement which is otherwise admissible and which ought in fairness to be considered contemporaneously with it. The staff notes to Evidence Rule 106 state that the rule is a rule of timing, which avoids the need for an adverse party to wait until later to place the writing or recording introduced into proper perspective through cross-examination or rebuttal evidence. It's been stated that the overriding purpose of Evidence Rule 106 is to prevent one party from taking statements out of context and distorting them. It's also said that, and I want to draw the party's attention to a very recent case. It's State versus Singh, which is was decided on September 22nd, 2022 in the 10th Appellate District. 2022 Ohio 3385, which is a pretty good discussion of Evidence Rule 106. The adverse party it's been held, however, not automatically entitled to have the entire writing or recorded statement introduced into evidence simply by requesting it. Rather, the adverse party has the burden of showing that the additional part sought to be introduced is not only admissible, but also relevant to the portion that has been already introduced. So I'm not sure whether this is, in a matter of timing, this is 106 or not. This is cross-examination of a witness rather than bringing in this recording as part of that witness's direct testimony, which seems to be a little different, but some of the rules that would apply to a 106 introduction would apply on cross-examination too. I don't know whether either party has anything further you wish to argue with respect to that or not. Have we argued everything we're going to argue about it? I'm just looking at it a little different way. I don't know whether cross-examining the witness about the statement is the same thing as introducing it under 106, which is a timing issue, but I think some of the law that applies to whether it should be introduced or not also would apply to the cross-examination. I've reviewed WW 14, 15, and 21. I find that in each case, the portion of the recording sought by the defendant to be introduced is not relevant to the portion of the statement introduced by the state of Ohio. I also find that the portion of each of the recordings introduced by the state of Ohio have not been introduced out of context in such manner to distort the matters stated in the recording, and it has not been shown that in fairness, the portion of each recording sought to be introduced by the defendant ought to be introduced contemporaneously with that portion of the statement introduced by the state of Ohio. Also, the court finds that in the case of recordings designated as W15 and 21, which involve, it's my recollection, intercepted phone calls between the defendant and Angela Joe Wagner and between the defendant and Chris Newcomb, respectively, the recorded statements of the defendant, if offered by the defendant, would be inadmissible hearsay with no exception being shown. In other words, it would introduce the defendant's testimony without the defendant testifying, basically, and therefore would be inadmissible. So the court will sustain the state of Ohio's objection to the introduction of the remaining portion of WW14, WW15, and WW21. Now, that's my ruling on that particular issue. I think we have Ms. Everslage is still on the witness stand, still being cross-examined, but we will wait till we get the jury in here before we put her up there again. Now, is counsel for each side ready to have the jury brought in?
Judge, I think we're basically ready. Is the court going to permit me to ask for it to be played and then the state will make their objection?
That's fine. Just keep the record clear about your requesting it. I'm sustaining it. That's fine. If that's what you prefer to have done. That's fine.
And just for the record, you know, our objection is not only evidence from 106, but it's our client's right to present a complete defense under the Constitution. Just to make it clear, but we understand the court's ruling. And we're ready.
All right. Is the state ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's bring in jury. I think they were also played, I think, but that's fine.
Yeah.
You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see you all here. Yesterday, you'll recall that a witness for the state, Julia Everslage was on the witness stand and was being cross-examined by the defense. If Jason, if we could have Ms. Everslage resume her spot here on the witness chair. Ms. Everslage, this is continuous testimony. You were sworn yesterday, and that oath still applies today.
Okay.
If you have your seat there, and the defense may resume its cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just a few more questions, if I could.
Okay.
Yesterday, there were various recordings played. You remember that?
Yes.
All right, and those are recordings you reviewed during your investigation, is that right?
Yes.
All right. I would like to draw your attention to what the state marked as WW15, which is call 1586. I believe that was a call between George and Angela, and a portion of that was played. Do you recall that?
I'd like to look at the transcript just to reference what
Sure.
we're talking about.
15B, I believe. State's exhibit.
Thank you.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's exhibit WW15B. Is that the transcript?
Yeah, that's the corresponding transcript to call number 1586.
All right. Did you actually prepare that transcript?
For this testimony, yes. I don't know that I monitored this call to prepare the actual transcript, but I did prepare separate Word documents for this testimony, linking with the presentation.
All right, but you don't recall whether you made the original?
No, I can't say without looking at the system.
Okay. And call 1586, WW15, approximately how long was that telephone call?
The notes here at the top of the transcript say that the original call was approximately 16 minutes in length.
All right. And a portion of that was played yesterday, correct?
Yes, I don't know exactly how long that recording was that was played yesterday, but it was a portion of the original call.
And do you recall whether other topics were discussed on the call that were not played for the jury?
I'd have to look at the original transcript. There are so many calls that we reviewed over the course of the investigation. I don't have them all filed in my brain.
Okay. Well, Judge, we would ask that WW15 be played in its entirety for the jury.
We would object to that, Your Honor.
All right. The court will sustain the state's objection to that.
All right. If we could go to WW14. That was a call between Jake and Angela Wagner. Do you need the transcript for that one as well?
I'd like to look at it, please.
Sure. This is showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit WW14B as in boy. If you could look at that for a moment.
Yeah, this is the transcript that goes to call number 1803.
Yes, that's call 1803. And do you know approximately how long that call lasted?
The notes from the system at the top of the page indicate the original call was 13 minutes and 41 seconds in length.
All right. Did you prepare the transcript from that or review the actual recording?
I prepared this specific portion of the transcript. I can't, again, without saying it, the system, I'd have to look to see if I monitored the original call.
Do you remember that a portion of that 13-minute recording was played for the jury yesterday?
Yeah, it was a portion of the original
All right.
call.
Do you know whether there are other topics discussed in the remaining portion that was not played for the jury?
The same response to the previous question regarding 1586. I have to verify with the original transcript.
All right. Or listen to the recording, right?
Yes.
All right. Judge, we would ask that WW14 call 1803 be played in its entirety.
Any objections from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, the state would object to that.
All right. The court will sustain the state's objections to that request.
All right. And finally, State's Exhibit 21, WW21, asked you similar questions about that, if I could. Showing you what's been marked as WW21B. Do you recognize that?
This is the transcript for call number 5183.
And approximately how long is that call?
The system notes at the top of the page indicate the original call was 4 minutes and 4 seconds in length.
All right, and that's between George Wagner and Chris Newcomb, is that right?
Yes.
All right, and I believe a portion of that was played yesterday for the jury, is that right?
Yes.
All right, and other topics were discussed that were not played for the jury, do you know?
I can't say for certain again without looking at the transcript.
All right. Judge, I would ask that the entire call 5183 WW21 be played for the jury.
Any objections?
Statement of objection.
The court will sustain the state's objection to that.
So the various portions of phone calls that were played for the jury yesterday, that's just a tiny fragment of the recordings that you've listened to during the course of this investigation. Is that correct?
I don't think to refer to it as a tiny fragment, I don't think that's accurate. It's a glimpse into various topics that were discussed on the wire. There are certainly other conversations, but these were portions that we felt was very pertinent to share with the jury.
Right, at that time in the investigation, correct? Obviously, at that point in the investigation.
So at this point in the investigation, the records were marked pertinent or non-pertinent, corresponding with the evidence that we had at the time.
Right.
Now, we're 5 years later,
Sure.
we may look at things a little bit differently than we did then.
Right. I think you said it was a glimpse, right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. I don't think I have any.
Any redirect from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. Ms. Everslage, just to follow up on a question that Mr. Parker asked you yesterday, you were asked if any civilians accompanied the law enforcement team that went up to the border to attempt to interrogate 4 persons of interest regarding an 8-person homicide case, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you yourself are considered a civilian.
Yes, I'm not a sworn officer.
Okay. Just to be completely direct, did you ever take any other lay persons, such as Tabitha Clater, up to the border with you while you're investigating a homicide of this magnitude?
No.
Okay. And any other lay people that were not involved as part of the investigative team?
No.
Okay. You were asked about the count of calls, and I believe you said, so number 340 or 1503, and you'd previously given testimony that indicated a session, loosely, and you continue the count. So the next session would be 1504 or 1505 or 1506. Does that also include text messages?
Yes.
Okay, so if there's a series of texts, each one of those texts would be considered an event, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then I just wanted to clarify something. State's exhibit, I don't remember. XX8? Yeah.
I'd object to this, Judge.
Basis is
Getting into something that we did not get into in the cross-examination.
Are we conducting another direct, or is this a response to the cross? Or
Well, I mean, I can do it in another time that she testifies, but I figured since it was on topic for her testimony this time, that I would follow up on this. It's just one question.
is it the state's position that it fits in at another time? I mean, she's going to be recalled and you're
She will be recalled, and she is going to continue to testify about the Wagner laptop. So, again, I just thought it would be tidier to do it while we're still on this.
Well, I'm going to sustain the defense objections unless it is in redirect to something that was stated.
Okay. And again, Ms. Everslage, when you select portions that are to be recorded and/or played for the jury, you select portions that you deem pertinent to both the investigation and to the case itself.
Yes.
I have no other questions.
Any further cross?
No, thank you.
All right, you may step down. State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Lieutenant Ryan White to the stand.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God?
I do.
You may be seated. The state may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
Could you go ahead and restate your name for the record, please?
Lieutenant Brian White.
And Lieutenant, again, we've already covered for the jury that you were the primary crime scene agent in this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell us, was there a point in this investigation where Jake, George, and Billy Wagner were required to appear at the Pike County Sheriff's Office in order for you to take various measurements of their feet and also to get fingerprints and palm prints?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you tell us why that was conducted?
The investigative team had made the decision to have an outside expert review some of the evidence that was found in the case, and this specifically footwear impressions. So we contracted with a forensic expert by the name of William Bodziak, and he's out of right around Daytona Beach, Florida. And he's one of the foremost experts in footwear impressions. He's trained laboratory personnel. He's done crime scene work, collecting it in the field, and he's really one of the...
Well, I think the question is, I'll sustain the objection beyond the point where we're describing the witness's opinion of Mr. Boziak's expertise, but I will let the rest of that answer stand.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. You indicated that the investigative team made a decision to have an outside expert. Did you participate in that decision?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you participate in recommending Mr. Boziak?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you were familiar with him prior to that time when you made that recommendation?
That's correct.
Okay. And had you made contact with him prior to requiring Jake and George and Billy Wagner to come to the sheriff's office to get these, conduct these measurements and other things?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you receive instruction by Mr. Boziak as to what items he needed and how to go about obtaining them?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you just tell us generally what it was that you were setting out to do?
He gave me the list of things that he wanted in order to be able to do a comparison, and the things that were required of our agency to collect and give to him.
Okay. And so can you tell us what some of the items that you had already collected that he was interested in?
Objection.
I'm sorry.
Objection to what Mr. Boziak was interested in.
Well, I'm going to overrule that objection.
Go ahead.
The evidence that we'd recovered at the crime scenes was what he was going to be comparing.
Okay. And specifically, what evidence are you referring to?
The footwear impressions recovered, from scene 3 and scene 1.
Okay. And can you tell us what kinds of things did he want you to do regarding the feet of Jake and George and Billy Wagner?
He requested that
Would overrule the objection. Answer.
He requested that that I take a tracing using a pen of the right and left foot of all three, Jake, Billy, and George. He requested that we use a measuring device to measure the feet without shoes on. So it'd be the same, we use the same type of device that you would use at a shoe store. And took measurements from that. And he also requested a mold or a foam impression of the right and left feet of all three.
Okay. And so that was something that you set about to conduct and then provide to him, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what is marked as States Exhibit YY1. And if you could look at that first, and then I will ask you to open that up just so we can see what exactly that looks like.
Okay.
And can you tell us what that is?
That's a foam impression of the right foot of Jake Wagner.
Okay, and if you don't mind opening that up.
I think you're right there.
Don't know where they, oh.
Thank you.
And can you tell us, was that material that you already had, or did you have to order that?
We had to order this. We didn't have any
Okay.
thoughts.
And was this something you'd ever done before?
I have never done that before, no.
Okay. And can you tell us what date that was that you obtained that, you conducted these things?
July 23rd, 2018.
Okay. And then I'll go ahead and just have you identify these other items. YY2.
That's the left foot foam impression from Jake Wagner.
And then YY3.
Want me to open these or-
No.
Okay.
No. Yeah. Thank you.
Yep. That is the right foot impression from George Wagner IV.
That's what I handed you.
Right foot impression, yeah.
Okay. And YY4?
This is the foam impression of the left foot of George Wagner IV.
Okay. George Wagner IV, also being known as George.
George, yeah.
Okay. And then YY5?
This is the biofoam impression or the foam impression of the right foot of George Wagner III or Billy Wagner.
Okay. And then YY6?
That is the left foot impression, foam impression from Billy Wagner.
Okay. And again, these were all collected on that same July 23rd of 2018,
That's correct.
They all three came down at the same time?
Yes.
Basically. And then you indicated that you were also asked to do tracings, correct?
Yes, I was.
I'm going to hand you what's being marked as States Exhibit YY7. And same thing, if you could go ahead and tell us what that is, and then I will ask you to open that up so you can show it to the jury.
This is an envelope that contains the right foot and left foot tracing of Jake Wagner.
And then handing you what's been marked as States Exhibit YY8, and you do not need to remove that.
This is
Yeah, sorry.
This is an envelope containing the right and left foot tracings of George Wagner.
Okay. And then YY9?
The right and left foot tracings of Billy Wagner.
And then YY10, if you could tell us what this is.
That's an envelope that contains the pen that I used to do the tracings of the feet for all three, George, Billy, and Jake.
Okay. And then you indicated that you also did measurements by a contraption that you often see in shoe stores. Can you just describe to us what that was, and then did you also collect those measurements?
Yeah, the foot measuring tool is the same one, the same device that you see in a shoe store when they measure your foot at a shoe store, and it measures the length and the width and the arch length of your foot. And in order to document that, each individual, their right and left foot, they stepped on the device, and photographs were taken of the measurements as the device was set with each foot in the device.
Okay. Yeah. Do we want to approach, or?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Okay, so you were in the middle of describing the measurements that are taken with that device, correct?
Yes,
And you collected those measurements, and was that something that you also provided to Mr. Bodziak?
yes, I did.
Okay. And can you tell us, regarding these exhibits that you've just identified, States Exhibit Y1 through Y10, along with the measurements and I believe the other, any other information and evidence that Mr. Bodziak wanted, were you responsible for actually delivering that to Mr. Bodziak?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you actually hand deliver it?
I did. I drove it to his office in Florida and hand delivered it. And then when he was through with his examination, I picked it up from him and brought it back to the London BCI office.
Okay. You drive
I drove
down
yes.
there? Okay.
Yeah.
And why did you choose to do that as opposed to mailing it or something else?
There were just, they were pieces of evidence and it's best to be hand delivered and handled, for chain of custody purposes. So that's why the decision was made to drive it.
Okay. And do you recall approximately how long it took him to do that?
I believe it was around 2 days
Okay.
to do his examination.
Okay. And were you then responsible for bringing it back at the end of that?
Yes,
And put them back in the property room where they remained?
I did. When he was through with his examination, I picked him up and drove him to our office there at BCI.
Okay. All right, and you indicated that on this same date, you were also seeking to obtain both fingerprints and palm prints for each of the 3 male Wagners, correct? Jake, George, and Billy?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you tell us why you were interested in palm prints specifically?
The investigation team, I don't know which specific investigator, but there was a photograph that was discovered, and it was of a person holding a gun, and it was believed to be Jake Wagner, and there was enough, the photograph showed enough of the ridge detail in the palm that an attempt was made to match the palm print in the photograph to one of the Wagner's palm prints.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to hand you. Do you want to keep this one alive? Okay. I'm going to hand you first what's been marked as States Exhibit ZZ1, and if you could just look at the outside of that and then open and remove what is inside of that, please.
Okay. It's a folder containing 2 photographs.
Okay, and if you could show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the photographs are or describe them.
There are 2 photographs that are what I described earlier about a hand holding a pistol and some of the ridge detail and the palms exposed.
I'm going to hand you now what's been marked as States Exhibit ZZ1. If you could tell us what that is. And go ahead and open it after you've identified it, or it might already be open for you.
This is major case prints, which major case prints include.
You marked the prior one ZZ1.
Yeah, thank you. That should be ZZ too. Thank you, ma'am.
So the description is major case prints from Jake Wagner. And major case prints are both fingerprints and palm prints are collected. So they call them major case prints. But. So there would be the fingerprint card. And then that would be palm prints. They're collected.
Okay, and again, those were collected on this same date, is that correct?
That's correct, the July 23rd, 2018.
And handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit ZZ3, if you could tell us what those are.
It's an envelope. The description is major case prints from George Wagner, July 23rd, 2018.
Okay, and then ZZ4.
That's major case prints from George Wagner III, Billy Wagner, July 23rd, 2018.
Okay. And again, much like the other evidence that you collect in this case, are those maintained then, ultimately submitted to the lab for comparison, and then returned to the property room?
That's correct.
And is that the extent of tasks that you performed at the Sheriff's Office on July 23rd of 2018 regarding Jake, George, and Billy Wagner?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay.
You can mark inside ZZ2. You can mark the individual, right, ZZ2, 8%.
Okay. I'm going to go back to ZZ2, the one that I asked you to remove the various items for, and I'm just going to mark them, and I'll ask you to confirm. I'm going to do the fingerprints as ZZ2A. I'm going to put it on the back here. Okay. And then I can't tell. Well, it will be your left. Your other left.
Yeah.
ZZ2B is the left palm print of Jake Wagner, correct?
That's correct.
And then ZZ2C will be the right palm print of Jake Wagner.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, now I have no other questions, Your Honor.
The defense may cross-examine.
Thank you, Judge. Just a few questions. Good morning.
Morning.
Good to see you again.
You too.
So it was July, can you help me with the date again? July of
July 23rd.
July 23rd of 2018
That's correct.
is when George came down to the sheriff's office and gave these various items.
That's correct.
All right. Did you or one of your colleagues take photographs of him as he appeared that day?
Yes, I did.
All right. Showing you what's been marked as Wagner Exhibit 29, do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
The photograph I took that day of George Wagner.
All right, that's George Wagner over here, right?
Yes.
All right. And in this photo, he appears to have his socks and shoes off, is that right?
That's correct.
And that's to cooperate in the investigation?
Yes.
Judge, may I publish this to the jury?
Yeah.
Sir, could you just publish to the
Yeah.
jury the photograph that you took of George and show everyone so they can see it? Do you need him to come down this way? Okay. All right, that's fine. All right, thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir.
I don't think I have any questions.
Any redirect?
I have just a moment, please, Your Honor. Lieutenant, July 18th, how many years was that after the homicides happened?
I've been over 2 years.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right. Anything further from the defense?
No.
You may step down.
Thank you. Thank you.
State may call its next witness.
All right, this time I believe there is a stipulation between the parties with respect to that palm purchase.
All right.
Your Honor, the parties would agree and stipulate that the palm print from the hand holding the gun in State's Exhibit XX11A, also portrayed in State's Exhibit ZZ, was compared to the known palm print collected from Edward Jacob Wagner. And the picture I just showed actually is State's Exhibit ZZ1. So that the palm print in that picture was compared to the known palm print collected from Edward Jacob Wagner that has been identified as State's Exhibit ZZ2B, ZZ2C. These prints were compared by the lab of the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, the West Virginia State Police Crime Lab, and a private forensics lab, Black and White Forensics LLC. All three labs reached an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the palm print from the hand depicted in State's Exhibit XX11A and ZZ1, the palm print from that picture was identified as being the palm print of Edward Jacob Wagner.
On behalf of the defense.
That's correct.
All right. The jury is instructed that the jury is to accept that stipulation to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. timing of witnesses, when you have several witnesses, sometimes it's difficult to anticipate. So we're going to take a break right now. We're going to make it a 15-minute break, although it may be a little longer than that, but we'd like for you to be back at the jury room, not to be in 15 minutes. And then if you may be called up sooner, it won't be longer than a half hour. Right? That's sort of what I'm anticipating here, but it may be as short as 15 minutes. So let's just make it a 15-minute break. While you're on break, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. You're not to permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. You're not to form or express an opinion concerning the case until it's finally submitted to you. You're to do no research at all concerning this case as to the facts or as to the law from any source at all. You're not to read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case from any source at all. And you're to have no contact with the participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Anything further from either the state or the defense before we recess?
No.
Then we are in recess for 15 minutes. Assemble at the jury room at that time. Is the state and defense ready to have the jury called in?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. The state of Ohio may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would recall Special Agent Jenny Comisford, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God?
I do.
You may be seated. The state may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. Can you please go ahead and restate your name for the record?
It's Jennifer Comisford.
Okay. And Agent Comisford, we already talked about that you were one of the primary agents assigned to this case, and your role basically from day one of this case, including we talked about some of the activities that you conducted at the Montana border, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And can you tell us, was there a point in this investigation where you were also assigned to obtain a handwriting sample from Angela Wagner?
yes.
Okay. And can you tell us where that was conducted?
At the Pike County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And do you recall the date that that occurred?
Yes, July 18th, 2018.
Okay. And can you tell us what exactly is a handwriting sample? What's involved in obtaining a handwriting sample from someone?
Yes, during the process, we asked the individual to complete certain documents in their own handwriting. So we have known samples from that individual.
Okay. And so you personally supervised the handwriting exemplar from Angela Wagner, correct?
Correct.
And were you aware that there was another person present also providing a handwriting sample?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And can you tell us, was anybody else present with you while you were supervising the handwriting sample from Angela Wagner?
There was BCI forensic scientist Rebecca Barrett.
Okay. And what does she specialize in?
She is a forensic scientist assigned to the question documents unit.
Okay. And one of her duties is to analyze the handwriting of various individuals against what does she do as a question documents examiner?
One of her duties is to examine writings to determine the authorship and authenticity of those documents.
Okay. And did you also videotape this process?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us approximately how long this whole process took from start to finish?
Approximately 2 hours.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit VV3, and there are some scissors there. I'll ask you to open these as well. But first of all, if you can look at this and just tell us what that
I'm sorry, what was that exhibit number?
is. VV3?
Yes, this appears to be the handwriting samples from Angela Wagner.
Okay. And if you could go ahead and open those up and just, I think there's scissors.
Yes, these appear to be the handwriting samples collected from Angela Wagner.
Okay. That you supervised that date?
Correct.
Okay. And just, if you can just kind of describe what kinds of things you had Ms. Wagner write.
Sure. Initially, we had her complete what we refer to as a London letter. And basically, on that form, we asked her to print the date, her name, and address. She's also asked to copy a typed paragraph on the form just as it's written, but of course, in her own handwriting. The first London letter that we asked her to complete, we asked her to do so with her dominant hand or her hand that she uses to write with, which she identified as her right hand. The second page of the London letter contains 4 blank check templates, and on that page we asked her to print a specific date, print the name Hannah Rhoden in the pay to line, and we also asked her to sign Hannah Rhoden's signature on the signature line of those checks. We asked her to do that with her, again, dominant hand. We then asked her to complete the first page of the London letter, which again is the date, name, and address, as well as the paragraph. We asked her to do that printing with her left hand. We then took a break, and when we came back, we asked her to sign several signatures. She was asked to sign her name in cursive 40 times. She was then asked to sign the name Rita Newcomb in cursive 40 times. And lastly, we asked her to sign the name Hannah Rhoden in cursive 40 times. We then took a break again, and when we returned, we asked her to complete the final set of documents, which were guardianship appointment forms. On those forms, she was asked to complete different sections on that form to include printing and signing the name Hannah Rhoden, printing the name Edward J. Wagner, signing Rita Newcomb's signature, and she was also asked to print a couple of different dates, amongst other things on those forms.
Okay. And can you tell us, this London letter that you're referring to, is that kind of a standard paragraph that they're asked to, anyone you're asking to give a handwriting sample is asked to do? Is that something you've seen before?
Yes.
Okay. And the documents that you had her fill out, you said had her print various parts of it at the very end. Were those similar to other documents that have been recovered as evidence in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And after she had completed that handwriting, well, just for clarification, you did not interview her that day, correct?
Correct.
after you were finished collecting the handwriting sample from Ms. Wagner, what did you do with that item?
It was submitted for comparison to the BCI laboratory, the question document unit.
Okay. And was that the extent of your contact with Ms. Wagner on that date, on July 18th of 2018?
Yes, I believe I escorted her back down to the lobby area of the sheriff's office, and that ended my contact with her that day.
Okay. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Defense may cross-examine.
Ma'am, just have one question for you.
Sure.
When you were collecting those writing samples, did you collect any from George?
I did not personally, no.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further from the state of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
The state may call us next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state, thank you. The state will recall Ms. Everslage to the stand.
Although you've been on the witness stand today, this isn't continuous testimony, so I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God?
I do.
Be seated. And the state may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello again.
Hello again.
So just want to go back to something that you testified to previously. Want to show you State's Exhibit XX8.
There's no objections.
You want to state a basis for it?
He was inquired into already.
All right. Court will overrule the objection. That's permitted.
Thank
Permit you
you.
to ask the question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Everslage, you testified yesterday as far as the Boondock Saints ding-dong scene that was found on the Jake Wagner iPhone backup on the laptop that was recovered at the Montana border from the Wagner vehicle, correct?
Yes.
A mouthful. And specifically, I focused your attention on the date and time being 4/21 of 16, and it says 23:06 there. Can you tell us if that time is UTC or if that is the Standard Eastern Time or the corrected time?
That is actually in UTC time. I apologize, I did not include a header in this information on the slide. So it should have included a header with the column names and the date and time along with the corresponding time zone that the information was in. So I do apologize for that. But it is actually 19:06 hours, so 7:06 p.m.
Okay. So that video was actually Googled at what we know to be 7:06 p.m. our time.
Yes, so the search term is what was Googled. It's not clear if specifically that video was viewed, but that search term certainly was searched at that time, 19:06.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so now I want to focus your attention to, again, this laptop that was recovered from the Montana border. And are you aware if there were recordings recovered from that device that were video recordings that appeared to be made by Jake Wagner?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us what the nature of those recordings were?
It appeared that the recordings, they were videos, but for the most part, there was not much visible at all in the video. It appeared that the phone was recording within a pocket or some type of covering, and you could hear, rustling around the phone. You could hear conversation. You could hear steps. You could hear doors opening. So it was clear that there were recordings of activities that were taking place during those dates and times.
Okay. And can you tell us what the majority of those recordings were of?
Either pickup, drop-off, or dealings with Hannah Rhoden or the Rhoden family members in reference to Sophia predominantly.
Okay. And once again, have you prepared a presentation for us today that contains some of those recordings?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us, did you pare some of those down as well to just the pertinent parts?
Yes. Some of the recordings were, there's a lot of just like noises that would be rubbing on the phone in a pocket. There's no conversation. There's, noises in a vehicle running, things like that. They were pared down to include conversation that was relevant to my testimony here.
Okay. Going to start with, this is triple A. 1. Now, what date was that showing? Oh, what? Okay. Okay. Can you tell us what we are looking at here, please?
So this first slide corresponds with a recording, and I just want to be clear about how when we refer to them as recordings, they are videos on the phone, but for the purposes of this, it's just easier to call them recordings. There wasn't a whole lot of actual video to be seen. So you may see how when I pare them down, it just looks like a blank screen, but it was in fact a video on the laptop itself. So this first one that we'll be playing for the jury was the file name 26-522505. That was the file name on the laptop itself. This recording was from December 11th, 2015 at 7:38 p.m. Local time. The context of this recording was Hannah Rhoden tells Jake Wagner she plans on moving in with Corey Holdren in a couple months once she has the new baby.
Okay. And ask you to play State's Exhibit AAA 1A, please.
my parents for the rest of my life, Jacob.
You told me that.
Yeah. My mom, me, and Christopher.
The way you told me was your house. Okay, fine, so what you want? I don't blame you that one bit. Okay?
Better hurry.
Better hurry. You go. Let's go. You're not helping the folks yet.
It's a little harder to hear over this system, I
Yeah.
think, but, okay.
Objection.
Sorry.
Objection to the prosecutor's.
All right, the jury will disregard the prosecutor's comment. Sustain the objection.
Was that harder to hear over this system?
There was some static here. I could hear the conversation. I did prepare a transcript if that is a help to the jury.
Okay. I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit AAA 1B. If you could tell us what that is.
This is a transcript that I prepared after listening to the recording, 26-522505 on December 11th, 2015.
Okay. And that is a transcript you prepared?
Yes.
After listening to this?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would request that she be permitted to read that.
We object. We approve.
Yes? Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that that first recorded was on December 11th of 2015, correct?
Yes.
And do you know, in relation to that message that was screenshotted of Hannah Rhoden, how that relates to that date?
December 9th is from my memory of that message, so within 2 days of that message.
Okay. State's Exhibit AAA 2. And again, can you please tell us what we are looking at?
This slide corresponds with the information from a recording named 26-522254. This one was from December 19th, 2015 at 1:11 p.m. The context of this recording was Hannah Rhoden and Jake Wagner talking about Tabitha Claytor.
Okay. And if we could please play State's Exhibit AAA 2A.
Now that she's older and understands more, and I texted you and texted back about that. You mind if I call every night?
Monday, I have class.
Yeah, I know. I know you got class. Oh, Callie told George he's taking it together.
I'm talking with her, my boyfriend.
Yeah. says you two are taking together.
That's what I asked Brittany when I came, when they said, just because I'm here.
I wouldn't sit next to her.
Why Edgewood?
Next to him. Howard. She's got bed bugs. Critters jumping. What? Say them critters jumping. Get the troops, get the troops, get the troops. Oh, just wait. I'll let you guys go, okay? She's in what? Where's she going to college? What, Shawnee? Cyber State? Ohio State? You just said she was going to college. You just... You don't know what college it is? You not going to tell me? No, let us know. I'll never have it. Let me see.
Do we want to try to replay that louder? I mean, I know it increases the background, but you can't really hear their conversation. Yeah. What'd you say? Yeah. No, Your Honor, I would like to try to replay that with the volume a little louder. I know that will increase the background noise, but, you know, the voices are fairly faint.
All right. I'll permit that. It's the same tape.
Same tape.
Now that she's older and understands more, when I text you, never text me back about that. You mind if I call every night?
Monday, I have class.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know you got class. Oh, Callie told George he's taking it together.
I'm not taking with her, my boyfriend.
Yeah.
My boyfriend's cousin, and it's over.
Huh?
My boyfriend's cousin, Aunt Alicia, is over it.
You said aunt twice.
Cousin and aunt.
Cousin and aunt.
Yes, are over.
Oh, that's right. Stop it! You're kicking money, Steve! Taking classes and whatnot. And it says you two are taking together.
That's what I asked Brittany when I came, when they said, just because I'm here.
I wouldn't sit next to her.
Why Edgewood?
Next to him. Howard. She's got bed bugs. Critters jumping. What? Say them critters jumping. Get the troops, get the troops, get the troops. Oh, just wait. I'll let you guys go, okay? She's in what?
She's in college.
Where's she going to college at? What, Shawnee? Cyber State? Ohio State? You just said she was going to college. You just... You don't know what college it is?
No, I do know college.
Can you ever tell me? No, let us know. I'll never have it. Let me see.
Okay, slightly better.
Objection to the prosecutor's comments about these recordings.
Say it again.
Objection to the prosecutor's comments about these various recordings.
All right, the jury will disregard the prosecutor's comments about the recording.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit AAA 2B. If you can tell us what that is, please.
And this is a transcript of the portion of the recording that was played for the jury, 26-522254 on December 19th, 2015.
Okay. And can you tell us, there was a second female voice on there other than Hannah's. Whose voice was that?
Dana Rhoden.
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection unless there's some foundation laid for knowing who is speaking.
Okay. Ms. Everslage, again, can you tell us, during your work in this case, Did you have opportunity to listen to the voices of various individuals, including Hannah Rhoden and Dana Rhoden?
Yes.
And specifically on some of these other recordings, is it identified who the speakers are to assist you to know that?
Yes, as well as in the recording, there's reference to Nana, and I'm familiar with the fact that Sophia called Dana Rhoden Nana.
And based on that knowledge, can you tell us who the second voice in that recording was?
Dana Rhoden.
Okay, State's Exhibit AA3. Confirm for me that that is 1224.
AA or triple A?
AAA. So I think the next one, yeah, so go to the next one.
There's 1220.
Yeah, that's it.
26-5.
Yep. So that will be our triple A3. And can you tell us what we are looking at there?
This is the information from the file named 26-522212. This was a recording on December 24th, 2015 at 10:52 a.m. The context information of this recording was Jake Wagner picking up Sophie after showing up at Corey Holdren's house.
Okay. And can we please play triple A3A?
What's wrong with you?
Why do you
I asked Mr. Andrew.
Yeah.
Ask him where Corey is.
I don't care. You could have just waited until I got up to bring her.
And we agreed on 9 o'clock.
I don't care.
I waited. Not mad. It's the last time. It's up. When it's your week, or whenever you got to grab, pick her up. So if you're late, it's on you. When I will pick her up, I'm late. So I'm gonna be late. So you pick up today, and I pick up tomorrow, and then Saturday you pick her up, and so on and so on. Not mad.
Well, don't message people asking where I'm at. It's none of your business. You have no right to come up here to start with.
Yeah, my dog.
I don't care.
When you didn't answer the phone, I called your mom.
Yeah, and I talked to my mom,
She
too.
said you wasn't home. So I figured you was either somewhere else. I figured you might be at Chelsea's.
Yeah.
I was thinking she might be here. You know, when you said she's gonna be there.
Where are you guys?
Do they smoke in the house?
No. Have a nice day.
Hey, Chris. You smell like smoke. When did you wake up? Have you been awake? How long? How long have you been awake? Where's that? How long have you been awake? At the house, sweetie. We're going to get him. That's fine, sweetie.
Okay, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit AAA 3B. And again, can you tell us what that is?
This was a transcript of the portion of the call I prepared for 26-522212, a recording that was created on December 24th, 2015.
Okay, and in that transcription that you prepared, are there any unintelligibles or any part of that that you could not decipher?
Yeah, in the beginning, there are some markings on here marked unintelligible due to there's one at in the second line of the transcript.
There was one in the second line.
You can see, yeah.
Okay. Your Honor,
Yes?
again, I'm not going to ask for two, but I do want her to just describe it.
The objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection as to transcripts of this. I mean, the recordings are what the recordings are. The jury hears them. I'm not sure unless the state can point out some authority for.
Yeah, no, Your Honor, I was just having her describe this for later discussions or about that.
Say it again.
I was just having her describe it, not read it, but just describe, that she was able to hear it all and transcribe everything that was on the recording for later discussions, Your Honor.
All right. So,
Objection.
well, I'll overrule that objection, let her describe as long as we don't get into content, because the recordings are what the recordings
Yes,
are.
Your Honor.
Right.
Were you able to transcribe the majority of that, the part that we just heard?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit AAA 4, which is the 1229, the one right before it. For some reason, that was out of order.
17209.
Correct. Okay, and can you please tell us what we are looking at there?
This is information from the file named 26-172039, the recording from December 29th, 2015 at 11:32 a.m. The context of this recording was Jake Wagner dropping off Sophie to Hannah Rhoden.
Okay. And if we could please play AAA 4A.
After the years and all that, I can talk about the custody thing again. Okay. Okay. Say after the holidays. It's getting big. In here, sweetie.
Come here, Sue.
Everybody's coming on Saturday. Did I get a response?
5 o'clock Saturday.
Okay. What time?
I think 8 in the morning. So 5 at night.
Do you want me to keep everything till you get out, or is Mom with me?
I don't know if I'm on
Okay, well, if she ain't off and you're Nice ones.
Sophie, look at this Jeep.
Yeah, nice one. Anyway, we'll talk about it on Saturday. It's a nice one. Okay.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as AAA 4B. And again, if you could tell us what that is, please.
This was a transcript that I prepared, portions of the call that were played on 26-172039 from December 29th, 2015.
For the,
Well, so far, we've just had an identification of what it is.
Judge, there is one thing I wanted to bring to your attention.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there are synopses, I guess, the plural of it, that sort of introduce these different recordings. These were prepared by the witness, and those are not evidence. They are just simply designed maybe to help, I guess we want to say, index where things are, but the synopsis prepared by the witness is not evidence. The evidence is the recording itself. Now, I believe you're going to questions more.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, Ms. Everslage, you indicate, for instance, on this particular call number 261722039, in State's Exhibit AAA 4, I believe,
Yes.
That this is a recording of Jake Wagner dropping off Sophia to Hannah Rhoden. How were you able to deduce that, or what makes you say that?
In listening to the whole recording, there are context clues, hearing if Sophia is in the vehicle when the recording begins, or others are in the vehicle, as well as the reverse, if Sophia, that goes into the house, and then you hear the child or other people in the residence, or, you can hear them going inside somewhere. So the context clues of the recording itself indicate what was happening.
Okay. And so that's what you base those content comments about?
Yes.
Are on? Okay. WW, or AAA 5.
This information corresponds with the file named 26-522084, a recording from January 6th, 2016 at 6:11 p.m. The context notes read, Jake Wagner asks Hannah Rhoden when they can go back to the lawyer.
Okay. And if we could please play AAA 5A.
When do you think we can go back to the lawyer? Because I already owed the money. Long time to change it. Mike, was there a lawyer? Just, after I pay this one, I'd like to pay more. Just go in and
That's not even any business.
Now, your dad told me that he told you if you make a deal with me, you need to keep it.
Oh, did he? Yeah, I don't have a lawyer yet, so.
Well, I'm just saying, we made this deal before you left.
You paid your payment.
You know,
You give your sister kisses? Bye-bye? You want to? Get down. What's her name?
nobody was sleeping.
What's her name, Sophie?
You know what I mean? My mom.
What's your sister's name? Kylie? Kylie May?
You're not getting the same
Kylie May?
really.
And May.
Huh? It's the same word. It's not the same. That is.
Okay. And Ms. Everslage, in that particular one, did the recording end at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit AAA 5B. And once again, if you could tell us what that is, please.
This was a transcript I prepared for the portion of the recording that was just played, 26-522084 from January 6th, 2016.
Well, at some point, there may be a request to omit transcripts, is that correct, in that argument?
Yeah, Your Honor, we're not moving to admit it right now. We're merely having this witness identified because we can't admit it if she doesn't do that.
I want to permit the witness's answer to stand to the extent that that objection was to her answer, and I'll overrule it, but you certainly may object later to the admission of the transcript.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, State's Exhibit AA6, or AAA6.
This information corresponds with recording 26-523725. The recording was from February 6th, 2016 at 4:08 p.m. The context notes read, Jake Wagner picks up Sophie. George, Angela, and Volvine Wagner are heard in the vehicle.
Okay. And once again, you were the one that determined this was a pickup, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can we please play www, or what was wrong with me? AAA 6A.
Don't say a word.
Jake, can I please get her cleaned up?
Oh, she knows. Okay, we need to get out of here, okay, before Chris and all of them start coming up here. Let's go slow. Yeah. Hang on now. Come on. Yeah. Past Chris. Hold back past Chris. That way. What are we doing? That way.
Here, here.
Okay, and can you tell us what voices we are hearing in that vehicle?
When Jake Wagner returns to the vehicle with Sophia, George, Angela, and Volvine Wagner are heard in the vehicle.
Okay. And specifically regarding the comments about we need to get out of here before Chris and little Chris start coming.
I'm not sure whether, to the extent that that is what everybody heard. I have a problem with that question. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Yes, I asked to replay that State's Exhibit AAA 6A.
Don't say a word.
Jake, can I please get her cleaned up?
Oh, she knows. Okay, we need to get out of here, okay, before Chris and all of them start coming up here.
Okay, so who was that voice that we just heard?
George Wagner.
Okay. Go ahead.
Let's go slow. Yeah. Hang on now. Come on. Yeah. Past Chris. Hold back past Chris. That way. That way. What are we doing? That way.
Here, here.
Approaching you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit AAA 6B, if you could tell us what that is, please.
This was a transcript I prepared for the portion of the recording that was just played, 26-523725 from February 6th, 2016.
Well, overruled as to the witness's response, but made a new objection to the admission of the transcript.
AAA 7, please.
This information corresponds with the file name 26-523717. It was a recording from February 27th, 2016 at 3:34 p.m. The context notes are Jake Wagner drops Sophie off to Hannah Rhoden.
And could we please play AAA 7A?
She's had a few little fits. Nothing major.
Blocked you on Facebook again?
I have blocked you.
Oh, look at your mom.
I don't know.
Yeah, Tabby's
What's that?
We just finally moved back there.
You guys didn't take her back there?
No, my mom just went blind and didn't put my foot back there. And my dad said it better be up here by the time he gets home, because he's going to check it with me.
Well, let me guess. You have a TV, and you can't play a video game when the babies are in here, or when we're sleeping or something. And then you decide to go back there.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be up here. My dad said it better be up here by the time he gets home, or he's coming up here. So Stephanie will wash his gloves up every day. I like starving. I didn't eat today. And yesterday all I ate was cheese and meat. I didn't get my clothes in the dryer at my dad's, but yeah, we don't have a washer either. We don't have a washer out here either.
Now I'm going to wash it.
Put your clothes on.
You know, not last week or the week before, but your mom said she was going to find something out in your house.
So,
She said she was going to find something out about the new house.
yeah, they did they surveyed it.
I mean, like, when are you guys getting it?
Should be the first of March. I mean, it was supposed to be the first of the year, but I'm not going to be able to help you. I think there's inside this big thing.
What, you guys give me those schedules?
No, I can send you a copy of mine though.
You can just send a picture, that's fine.
And then if my boyfriend sees that I sent you a copy of my schedule, he'll be driving.
Why?
He doesn't even like when I text you.
Why?
Version like that. And I mean, he understands that we have a kid together, but he can't help me get text you as much as I do.
You never text me about me. Text me about her. Does he have a problem with me texting you as much as I do? I mean, the only thing I would tell you is about Sophie.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't die the first time.
Is it just Christopher back there? Frankie?
Tyler.
You got your mom's schedule too? But when you see her, tell her to give me one. Is she, you guys both work tomorrow or the day after?
I work tonight. I work Sunday. I work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then the new schedule comes out.
Okay, when does your mom work Monday, Tuesday?
I don't.
All right. Just maybe see you for 1 month, just tell her to give me a copy. All right, well. boilerplate on my phone. It's called ABC Bubbles for Toddlers.
She can't play on my phone.
Right.
My phone's busted. I'll put it back in the other box so she can, but I'm not handling it with phone just like that.
What?
It's
Cracked? Then got you new one?
typically weird.
How'd you crack that one?
I dropped it at Hazel's baby shower.
Focus area. Teaches collars.
Look, I'm
shoes.
showing you where it's cracked. Here, here. You have for the 23rd, so I'm going to an ACDC concert.
And since when do you like ACDC?
I like some of their music.
Mm-hmm.
Like a Back is Black and Highway to Hell. And this one.
Why would you listen to Highway to Hell?
I like that song. It's a nice song.
Do you even understand the concept of that song? I hope you don't sing along.
Oh, I don't. I just like the sound of it.
Okay.
This week, I'm supposed to get to a concert. I'm supposed to go to 2 concerts before I'm finally out the one I'm going to go to the If I don't get rid off work, I'm then rid off work.
You what?
Rid off work.
Tell me.
With bronchitis, thing that you work for.
Don't let her get it.
I'm going to be around her.
Well, bronchitis, it's like a cold, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just.
I think it's like, you can get rid of it if they put the hospital for a bit.
Well, just if she starts getting sniffles, or running nose or something, or cough, give her flavored Benadryl for kids. It says running nose, cough, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Don't drink it on her own. It's great. Text her when she wakes up. Before you leave, so I can tell her good night.
And my mom had and stuff, but I wouldn't look at the wagon.
What? You want me to get you ice cream? The king cones? Ain't none. Like. Yeah. What's over?
How did you get the ultrasound? She said she told George. I'll tell you what she said.
Never told her this. She never told me that, not me, you know, I mean, George. She never told us, whatever, that she, was getting bullbine on her birthday either. Because if she doesn't remember,
He should be 12 years old.
I don't know, but if she doesn't remember, she only has supervised visits, so she can't have bullbine by herself.
But after his baby 5 months, it was just a guy she spoke with when she was trying to get pregnant. She said, that George said it should come out next Saturday to see Vine, but he wants receipts from the hotel showing my name in it, and I told him that it was in Trisha's name, and he said it was fine. And then she said, yeah, I told him when the taxes get back
know she told she told go to that because we just asked her if she was still living in Dave's house. She said no, she hasn't been there.
Then the come to pick up Molly and said half a day with him on her birthday, and he said yeah, Friday, been like from noon to 5 and followed her birthday, which is amazing if we keep his promises.
Unless if she's leaving some words out, that's not even feasible.
I didn't think it was, because I didn't.
Come on, Facebook, she was pregnant?
I have a picture of her, people were thinking, so like, what the hell are you trying to put together and that?
Is Frankie here? Is that a kid phone?
Huh?
Why does he have his own kid phone?
Because this is our dad's station. Like, they have my room was spotless. I had all my clothes folded and turned out in the bed there.
Something like that, right?
Yeah, it was spotless. It's not now, but it was folded and spotless. All my clothes was gone through the bed before it was sweat. Dresser had the clothes gone through it again, so we could move, we would move. I knew what clothes hang up in my clothes out there. Because when I live upstairs, like, it's not like this living room and half the kitchen. It's huge. And it has a bathroom and a shower. It might be inside this apartment, I don't know, it's huge. But it has a huge walk-in closet and stuff. But, my room out there is with the bed over. I had a pair of jeans this weekend. I got one of these one. As soon as I moved back to school, I got sold. I did need to go.
You feel like recording my girlfriend?
Hey, yeah, I got the medal from the car, and I have it here. Yeah, for that,
When did you get that?
I get a lift. Okay. Because I'll have to. No.
But they screwed it up.
I don't know how much you got last year.
Huh? How much did I get last year? Like I got like 2,000, I think. I don't know. Something like that.
You get more than $10,000 for income recipient.
I'm talking about what I got.
Oh. Going to approach you of what has been marked as AAA 7B. If you could look at that and tell me what that is.
This is a transcript I prepared for the portion of the call. 26-523717 from February 27th, 2016.
Over the rest of the witnesses answer, but you may do that later when it's open.
States Exhibit AAA 8.
This information corresponds with the file named 26-532239, the recording from March 18th, 2016 at 4:27 p.m. The context notes read, Jake Wagner gets a tour of Hannah Rhoden's new house.
Okay. And again, what do you base that comment on?
There's a statement in the recording asking Sophie if she's going to show Jake the new house or her room, things like that.
Okay. States Exhibit AAA 8A.
Yeah. Are you gonna go show your dad the house?
Yeah.
Why? Show him. Shut.
And whose voice is that?
Dana Rhoden.
Okay, go ahead.
In Christopher's room. There's nothing in here. Well, no, we just got our keys.
Where's your room? Show me.
You gonna sit down in your room? Yeah. That ain't your room.
This your room?
No, it's back here. No, it's back here. Hey, listen. Give me a heart attack. There's nothing in this room.
Yes, ma'am.
Your room is back there.
Yeah.
Natalie, what did you pull the glue?
It's supposed to work.
You done broke it. That's your bathroom.
That's the bathroom.
I don't sure we'll use it for the shower.
Yes, Lord, sorry.
Right, just the shower yesterday at the wall.
You know, that's Amity. You want your Amity, mommy? Did you say you want your Amity, mommy?
Approaching what has been marked as AAA 8B, if you can tell us what that is.
This was a transcript I prepared for the portion of the recording named 26-532239 from March 18th, 2016.
Okay. And
Overruled as to the witness's response, but you may renew the objection if the transcript's offered.
thank you, Your Honor. Is that date the first time that there are any recordings of at the new house?
Yes.
AAA 9.
This information corresponds with the file named 26-504227. This recording was from March 31st, 2016 at 4:02 p.m. The context notes read, Jake Wagner picks up Sophie. George Wagner is overheard in the vehicle.
Okay, and if we could please play AAA 9A.
I said, did you hear? Why are you so filthy?
George Wagner.
Do they not know how to give you a bath? Put clothes on you?
And whose voice is that?
Continue, George Wagner.
I want to hear, Daddy. I want to hear.
Ms. Everslage, I am now approaching you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit AAA 9B. If you could look at that and please tell us what that is.
This was a transcript I prepared for the portion of file name 26-504227, recording from March 31st, 2016.
All right, overrule this is testimony, although that may be renewed later, transcripts offered.
State's Exhibit AAA 10.
This information corresponds with the file named 26-197901. This recording was from April 9th, 2016 at 10:55 a.m. The context notes read, discussion of Hannah Rhoden's pregnancy.
And could we please play AAA 10A?
Sure, Doctor.
That's right. When's the B-days? 26 and 29?
I'm not like, if I talk, see, I might have, like,
Why don't you just get induced?
what? What, my wax?
Why don't you just get induced? Like, next week?
You can smell them. Back to where it is.
I said, why don't you just get induced? Like,
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as AAA 10B. If you could look at that, please, and tell us what that is.
This was a transcript I prepared for the portion of the file named 26-197901 from April 9th, 2016.
Overruled as to the witness's response to the question, although that may be renewed later in the objection, the transcript was offered.
And Ms. Everslage, can you tell us if the 10 recordings that we have just listened to, which I realize some of them are portions, do those all fairly and accurately depict the recordings that were recovered from the laptop that was recovered from the Wagner vehicle at the Montana border?
Yes.
And regarding your transcripts, again, without going into any of the content, do those fairly and accurately depict the transcripts that you prepared for those 10 recordings in this case?
Yes.
Overruled.
I have no other questions of this witness at this time, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to cross-examine now, or you want to do so after lunch break?
Can we approach before we break, just very briefly?
Yes. have a lunch break now until 1:30. At 1:30, the jury is to assemble at the jury room to be brought up to the courtroom by court personnel, as you have been. While you are at this lunch break, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. You're not to permit anyone to discuss this case with you or in your presence, form or express an opinion concerning this case until it's finally submitted to you for deliberation and verdict. You're to do no research concerning the facts or the law of this case from any source whatsoever. You're not to read, listen to, or view any reports or accounts of the case from any source at all. And that, of course, would include television, radio, or newspapers, but would also include any internet sources, Facebook, social media sites, etc. Any source at all. You can refrain from all of that. And you're to have no contact with parties, counsel, or witnesses, any participants in the case. Anything further from counsel for either side before we recess until 1:30?
No, Your Honor.
Then we are in recess until 1:30. Jason, you can bring the jury up now, too.
I'm good.
As she passes out.
I just forgot all my prior testimony.
Yeah.
I saw the defense counsel moving that.
Yeah. Just hope it doesn't fall on me. My big head and knock it.
They're pretty good.
Yeah.
If you start feeling woozy or something dripping down your back, let us know.
Okay. I'll be sure to before I keel over.
I expected like Footwear to do that, not you. Or me, I expected them to do it.
Yeah.
You may be seated. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Is the state ready also? Says
Afternoon. Just a few questions, please. I believe we reviewed excerpts from 10 different videos that Jake secretly recorded. Is that correct?
Yes, there were 10.
Okay. Do you know how many videos you reviewed that he made in total?
I don't have an exact number off the top of my head. There were additional videos. Some were of just the children playing. Some didn't have any content. I mean, there were a number of them, but not, the 10 here were relevant to the case.
Right, you picked out these 10, correct?
Myself and the investigative team, yes.
And the investigative team, right? How many total videos did you review before you picked, or in the course of picking out these 10?
I don't have an exact number of how many
Approximate
videos.
number?
There were more than 30.
Okay. And do you know the total length of the individual recordings that you brought before us today? The 10 that you brought before us this morning are only excerpts, correct?
I believe there were a couple of them that were the full video, but yes, some of them were paired to reduce the time.
Sure. Do you know how long those various recordings were?
Not specifically, no.
But it's your belief, based on your investigation, that Jake was secretly recording these 10 various video excerpts that you showed?
Yes, in some of the videos it appeared that there was something covering the camera, so it appeared maybe a pocket or some kind of covering.
All right. And with respect to the transcripts you identified with each one, did you prepare each of those transcripts or did somebody else?
I myself did.
You yourself did that. And did you review each of the videos in which you made a transcript?
Yes, I reviewed all of the videos that we obtained, and I created transcripts for what I deemed as relevant content.
Sure, so you listened to the entire recording for each one?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. I don't think I have any other questions.
Any redirect?
You were asked how many recordings there were in total, and I think you said more than 30, correct?
That was a general estimate, yes.
Sure. And some of them were not even having to do with the drop-off and pickup of Sophia, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell us, basically, after the March 18th date when they were at the new house, correct? That
Yes.
any of those recordings after that were at the new house, is that correct?
Yes, that was my understanding.
Okay. I have no other questions.
Any further cross? You may step down.
I think I'm being recalled.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm going to recall her,
All right,
really.
okay. At this time, you're
Yes.
calling.
That's right. We kind of got our orders jumbled around, but
All right, well, you're still under it.
okay. Ms. Everslage, want to address now various purchases that you and the investigative team focused on in this case. Can you tell us, was that part of your tasks as well?
Yes, myself and the other analysts assigned were tasked with reviewing returns that came as a result of subpoenas, search warrants, court orders, different types of financial records that we received. Once we received those from the company or the bank or what have you, we went through them reviewing items of interest.
Okay. And can you just tell us some various companies or other things that would have been reviewed as a part of that process?
Generally speaking, bank records, so other types of financial records, credit card information, purchases from retailers like Amazon or payment companies like PayPal. So any of those that we sent legal process to, we reviewed for relevant purchases or transactions.
Okay. And then if you found a relevant transaction, would legal process also be served on? So if I made a purchase from Kroger's or wherever, would you then go to Kroger's and try to get records as well?
Yes, I would pass on the information to one of our special agents or another investigator who would then obtain the legal process required to obtain those records.
Okay. And did you also get service and review some emails as well?
Yes, we received a return for an email, a Hotmail email account known to be used by Angela Wagner and other, members of the Wagner family, and we reviewed those emails as well.
Okay. All right, so I want to focus you on, I guess, did you prepare a timeline of the purchases that you focused on in this case?
Yes,
Okay. And actually prior to your appearance here today, correct?
yes,
And not just for your appearance today?
correct. The timeline was used during the investigation itself.
Okay. And turning your attention now to State's Exhibit B. B as in boy, and it's actually triple B. Okay. Can you tell us what triple B1 is?
This is a first page of 3 of the timeline that was created during the course of this investigation. It begins on February 26, 2016. I can go through the purchases if you'd like me to.
Sure.
So beginning on February 26, 2016, we identified an order from a company called Tactical Innovations, Inc. It was an order by Jake Wagner for a Colt Umarex 1911 22 long rifle thread adapter, and the total price with the shipping was $28.79.
Okay. And do you have an associated
Yes.
receipt with that?
Yes, as in response to the legal process provided by one of our agents or investigators, we received an invoice to accompany that transaction.
Okay. And can you tell us, did you specifically participate in this review?
Yes.
Of those records? And can you tell us why you were interested in in this purchase? I guess.
So when we first received the financial records, we wanted to review them thoroughly. This was one of the first purchases that we identified as something that may be of interest to the investigation. When you receive bank records with a statement, you have just lines of basic information from a retailer or another company. You don't have any idea what, other than the purchase price or the potential location of the purchase. You don't have any other information. So we wanted to highlight purchases that may have been relevant, follow up with legal process, and this was the first purchase that we identified for follow up.
Okay.
Can we mark that invoice triple B1A? Can you print that so we'll
Yep.
have that in
So for the record, we will mark that invoice as triple B1A. Okay. And then what were the next purchases that you noted?
So the next purchase of note was on February 28th, 2016. We received reprints of physical copies of receipts from O'Reilly Auto Parts in West Union, Ohio. This particular purchase was under Jake Wagner's phone number for like a reward system or a customer lookup, and it was for the purchase of 10 Dorman freeze plugs for $7.90, and we received a reprint of the receipt for this particular purchase.
Okay. And when you say you got physical receipts based on the rewards number, tell me about that.
One of the members of the investigative team brought a subpoena to O'Reilly Auto Parts and received like physical copies, like reprinted from their machines of those specific purchases under the phone numbers that were provided for the Wagner family members.
Okay, so rewards are programmed based on the phone number.
Yes, and you can see here on the receipt where the little asterisks are, it says historical reprint on January 25th, 2018. So that was the date on which the store, whoever, the manager or whatever employee at the store reprinted those receipts.
Okay. But the purchase itself was February 28th of 2016?
February 29th, 2016.
Oh, okay.
So that's
I think to make that correction too. Okay, so that will be marked as State's Exhibit triple B 1B. Okay, and then what was the next purchase of interest?
So there were 3 individual orders from, 4 actual individual orders. There was on February 29th, 2016. The first on the top, up there on the top, February 29th, 2016, there were 2 separate Amazon orders made using an email address, Chevy1971diesel@hotmail.com. That was an email known to be used by Jake Wagner, and that was an Amazon account order to purchase drill bits, extra long length drill bits. And the total price with shipping was $27.88 on both orders. Additionally, on February 29th, there were 2 other separate purchases using the same email, Chevy1971diesel@hotmail.com, on Amazon to purchase 2 3D battery flashlights. Moving forward to March 1st of 2016, we identified,
Are there any other associated items with any of those purchases that you just talked about? Like if we clicked on those, does it link to anything?
No, there aren't anything included from the Amazon purchases. The return that we received from Amazon was simply a spreadsheet, so it didn't offer much further information. There wasn't an invoice or anything like that was provided.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. March 1st.
Yes, on March 1st, 2016, we've identified a transaction from North Bay Cutting Tools. It was paid through a PayPal transaction using the Chevy 1971 diesel email. The price of the purchase was $11.99, and the item purchased was a 1/2x28 CS hex die, and it was shipped to Edward Wagner, or Jake Wagner.
Okay.
Also on March 1st, 2016, there was a second transaction using a PayPal account for the Chevy 1971 diesel at hotmail.com. It was a $14.73 transaction with Napa Trading Company. And the company reported the item purchased was through eBay and PayPal, and it was a 1/2x28 high-quality plug tap.
Okay.
And there's an invoice or a receipt connected to that one as well.
Okay. And can you tell us why there was interest in those items?
When you Google those specific items, there are a variety of results that return specifically related to building homemade suppressors.
And states exhibit BBB2. What do you have up there?
I have the March 1st, 2016, quality machine shop, North Bay Cutting Tools. Yeah, top right.
Okay, so the March 1st
Yep.
invoice?
Yes.
Is that what it is? Okay, so that will be BBB1C. And this is the bottom one?
Yes, that was the item that was purchased with that transaction,
Okay,
according to that company.
okay, just a large picture of it?
Yes.
With the amount. Okay, we will mark that as BBB1D. Okay, and then we could go to the next page, BBB2.
Moving forward, on March 2nd, 2016, we identified a purchase from a company or a website called drillsandcutters.com. This order was made using the Chevy 1971 diesel at hotmail.com account, and it was shipped in the name of Edward Jake Wagner. The item purchased was a 27/64 inch by 18 inch extra long drill bit. The purchase price was $37.96. And there's an invoice attached to that as well.
Okay, and if we could go ahead and show that. We'll call this BBB2A. And what are we looking at there?
This was the receipt or the invoice provided by this company in response to legal process. It provides the billing and shipping information labeled Jake Wagner, 260 Peterson Road, and it identifies the email associated with the order, which is, again, the Chevy 1971 diesel at hotmail.com, and the known phone number at the time of this purchase for Jake Wagner.
Okay. And was there also another purchase on March 2nd?
Yes, there's an additional purchase on March 2nd, 2016. It's an Amazon order made using the Chevy 1971 diesel at hotmail.com email. And the item purchased on this particular day was a Maglite D-Cell solvent trap combo. And the total price for that order was $44.48. And there's not an invoice that
There's not an
corresponds with that,
invoice
no.
with that. Okay. And again, that was Amazon, which comes in that spreadsheet form?
Yes.
That, correct. Okay. And then turning your attention to March 3rd.
Yes, on March 3rd, 2016, I provided previous testimony about a receipt that was located out of search warrant of the Wagner belongings. It was the purchase of a home surveillance kit along with a 3-year service plan that was purchased at the Walmart in West Union. So that occurred on March 3rd, 2016.
Okay. And then March 16th.
On March 16th, there are a number of items here listed, but the first one is a purchase of a personal multi-bug detector from a company called Brickhouse Security. The order was shipped to Angela Wagner, but the billing information used George Wagner's Cabela's Club Visa card, and the total price with shipping was $244.94.
Okay.
And we do have a attachment. There you go. So this was an order confirmation that we obtained from the w4rrp@hotmail.com. That was an email known to be used by Angela Wagner and other members of the Wagner family for orders. And so this was the confirmation associated with it here. You can see right here, it lists the payment method as a Visa card ending in 4543, and that is known to be the Cabela's Club Visa card in the name of George Wagner IV. Or it says George Wagner with his date of birth and other identifying information.
Okay. And then also on March 16th, I'm going to mark that as State's Exhibit BB 2C, that last item that we were just looking at. Go ahead.
Okay. Additionally, on March 16th, 2016, we located a screenshot on the Wagner laptop. It was a screenshot of an online shopping cart on a website called thesignaljammer.com. And the item in the cart was a 4G portable 6-band Signal Jammer Pro, and it listed the price as $549. So the item had not yet been purchased. It was a screenshot of the cart and the item in the cart. And additionally, we uncovered or located a screenshot of the customer service information for that company that was located on their website. So underneath where that Signal Jammer information is, do you want to?
Yep.
This was the screenshot of the item in the cart. So you can see here it says 4G portable 6-band Signal Jammer with an item price of $549. It lists a potential price for shipping. It also did advertise on their website that you could pay an additional fee and receive the item faster.
Okay. And so we will mark that as State's Exhibit BB 2D. Okay, and then was there additional information regarding that Signal Jammer?
Yes. We identified calls to the customer service number that's openly available for thesingljammer.com. It's 877-500-2050, and there were 3 calls on Angela Wagner's phone to this customer service number. On March 16th at 2110, on March 17th, 2016 at 1559 and at 1600 hours. And then additionally, there were calls located on George Wagner's known phone number on those records and with contact with the Cabela's Club Visa customer service or the fraud department. So there was an incoming call on March 17th at 8:03 a.m., an outgoing call on March 17th at 8:32 a.m., and then an additional outgoing call on the same day at 9:38 a.m. With a duration of approximately 2 minutes.
Okay. And then turning your attention to State's Exhibit BB3.
It's not. The screen is here.
It's not up there. Okay. This is State's Exhibit Triple B3. Can you tell us what next purchase you were interested in?
The next purchase we identified was March 17th, 2016, an Amazon order made using the Chevy 1971 diesel at hotmail.com account. This particular purchase was a tap and die set. The total price was $39.39. On March 21st, 2016, we identified a transaction that posted on that particular date of a purchase on George Wagner's Cabela's Visa card in the name of a company called HX Trading Co. And the amount of the purchase was $630.59. The company is listed as located in China.
Okay, and then April 3rd, and I should have asked, oh no, the Amazon order you would not have an associated
Correct.
invoice with, okay.
On April 3rd, 2016, there's a purchase identified using Jake Wagner's Bass Pro Shop rewards card. It was a purchase of a Caldwell AR-15 brass catcher and 2 bait nets. Additionally, on April 7th, 2016, I provided previous testimony about the location of a Walmart receipt for the purchase of 2 pairs of athletics brand shoes. The receipt, again, was located in the trailers of the family, the Wagner family belongings, and that purchase took place on April 7th, 2016. Finally, we identified a purchase on April 9th, 2016. It used a PayPal account associated with the w4rrp@hotmail.com email. The purchase was a Captain America 2 Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes cosplay latex mask. And we later received information to indicate that that mask belonged to to George Wagner.
Basis is,
The information should be seen later.
well, maybe there should be some.
Foundation. I can ask her, Your Honor. I can ask her.
I'll sustain the objection to it. We have some foundation for it.
Okay. And can you tell us what is the basis of the, what is the source of your information in that regard?
The 2018 intercepts of the Wagner telephones and the R&L truck.
Okay.
Well, overruled, you can cross-examine.
And Ms. Everslage, is this the total of the purchases that you had identified as being purchases of interest, again, during both the investigation and your testimony here today?
Yes.
And can you tell us, you indicated that you went through some financial records and then various department stores or other kinds of records. You also talked about emails, iPad, the phone records, et cetera. So you kind of looked at things beyond even just the financial records, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were not assigned to look any further into those financial records, correct?
Correct. Those were all tasked with either a forensic accountant assigned to the investigative team or special agents that would obtain legal process.
Okay. And again, this is just in keeping with your role as going through records and identifying anything that you feel should be brought to the investigative team's attention,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And did you also have some participation by the investigative team during this process?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I have no other questions for this witness at this time.
Thank you. The defense may cross-examine.
Hello again.
Hello again.
If we could look at State's Exhibit BB2, I'm sorry, triple B2. You have that on the screen?
I have it on the screen, yeah.
Okay, good. A few questions here, if I could. The bottom half of that, right under the number 2016, there's a March 16, 2016 date, correct?
Yes.
All right. And that is a purchase by Angela on that day of the bug detector, right?
The item was shipped to the name of Angela Wagner, yes.
It was shipped to her. And it was purchased, according to your information, by George's credit card.
There was a Cabela's Club Visa, yes.
All right, but it was shipped to Angela.
Yes.
All right. Do you know, is there a time associated with that event?
I'm sure there is, but I don't recall that off the top of my head.
Okay. Just to the top, to the right, where it says the signal jammer, that's also March 16th of 2016, the same day.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Is there a time associated with that screenshot that you took where this was placed in the cart?
I'm sure there is. It's just not designated on there.
All right. Did these two events take place close in time, do you know?
Again, I can't say for sure. I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay.
They occurred on the same day, so I would consider that to be in close proximity.
Okay. And right below the last item, where it says March 16, 17 of 2016, it says calls to the signal jammer customer service number. You see that box?
Yes.
All right. And the first call you have listed is March 16th at 21:10. Would that be like 9:10 in the evening?
Yes.
All right. And that's from Angela's phone, correct?
Correct.
And then there are two other calls the next day from Angela's phone, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then below that, there are calls to the fraud department from George's phone, correct?
There's an incoming call to George's phone number, and there are two outgoing calls to that fraud department or Cabela's Club number.
Okay. And those are the next morning, the morning of the 17th between 8:03 a.m. and 9:38 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
And if we could go to the next page of this. So at the bottom of the next page, under 2016 to the left, where it says March 21st, you have a posted date of a purchase on George's Cabela's Visa. Do you have an invoice associated with that?
I do not.
Do you know what that item is?
I can't say based on the information provided from the bank statement. We have a posted date of a purchase with a company name and a location in China, a dollar amount.
You have no idea what that item is?
No,
You don't know if it's associated with this case or not?
I can't say for certain,
Okay.
but it, yeah.
I could have just a moment.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ron. I don't have any questions.
Any redirect?
Thank you. Ms. Everslage, you were asked about the phone calls that occurred the morning after the after you see that signal jammer, I guess, BB2, triple B2, please. So on March 16th, you already indicated that the first phone call to customer service by Angela's phone was around 9 o'clock in the evening, correct?
Yes,
And then there were 2 phone calls the following day, it appears, correct? Later in the day.
yes,
In between those phone calls that Angela made to this customer service company, there is a phone call first received from the fraud department to George Wagner's phone, correct?
yes,
Okay. And then there's one outgoing call and then another one that you indicated lasted for 2 minutes or so.
approximately 2 minutes, yeah.
Okay. And then focusing your attention to State's Exhibit Triple B3. Can you tell us why you included that March 21st of 2016?
That one was included based on initially the company being in China and the purchase amount of that transaction, $630.59. That's a relatively high dollar transaction. We had seen the price of the item in the cart on the signaljammer.com was $549, the base price. There was additional costs for shipping. I don't know if there would be other service fees or things like that included that wasn't provided in the screenshot, but fairly close in terms of the amount of the items or the purchase price, and as well as the time frame within a few days of 4 days, less than 4 days perhaps, of when that screenshot was taken and this transaction posting. Those were an item of interest for me and the investigative team.
Okay. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Any further cross?
Thank you, Judge. On this March 21st date, this purchase, you do not have a receipt. You do not know what that is for, do you?
I don't.
It was just done March 21st of 16.
The March 21st, 2016 date is the date that appears on the statement for George's Cabela's Visa card.
but you don't know what that item is. Thank you.
Anything further from the state?
Were there attempts to discover what that item was?
Yes, initially, well, the particular HX Trading Company, that I am not aware of, but the signaljammer.com, we did attempt to serve legal process on that company, but as they're a Chinese, the agent that located information suggested that there was a Chinese company.
Well, all right. So sustain that unless we have the foundation. We had this before, I think, where the information, where it came from and how it was obtained.
Yeah. Why were you unable to get process on it?
The company is located in China and didn't respond to our legal process.
I have no other questions.
Anything further from the defense?
Thank you.
Further question? All right, you may step down.
Yeah, can we approach just briefly? Can we approach?
We're going to take a 15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be going downstairs again. You are not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, not to permit the case to be discussed with you or in your presence, not to form or express an opinion concerning the case. Do no research from any source at all concerning either the facts or the law of the case. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case from any source at all, and have no contact with participants in the trial, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. In 15 minutes, assemble at the jury room. You'll be brought up by court personnel. Anything further from counsel before I break? All right, we are then in recess until 2:45. State of Ohio and the defense ready to have the jury brought in?
Yes.
You may be seated. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State of call, Michael Kazar.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God?
I do.
You may be seated.
All right, before we get started.
Yes, sir.
Before I even have you introduce yourself, did you just come back last night from international travel?
I did.
Okay. I know you got a mask on, we're going to need you, if you could, take that off so we can see your face, the
Okay.
defense attorney can see your face, and the jury can see your face. Thank you. All right. In a nice loud voice, can you give everybody your name, please?
Yes, my name is Michael Kazar.
Can you spell your last name for the court reporter?
Kaizar.
Mr. Kazar, where do you work?
I work for the Bureau of Criminal Investigation.
And what do you do for the Bureau of Criminal Investigation?
I am the supervisor of the Forensic Accounting Unit.
Let's talk a little bit about the education that you had to obtain to get your current job. First of all, did you get an undergrad degree?
I did.
And can you tell the jury, where'd you go to school, what was your degree in, and what year did you graduate?
I graduated in 1997 from the University of Pittsburgh. My degree is a dual degree in economics and business.
And after you completed your bachelor's degree, and I'm assuming that's a bachelor's degree, correct?
Yes.
After you completed that degree, did you go on to further education?
I did.
And can you tell the jury what your next degree was? And again, same thing, where did you get it from and what was it in?
So I got a master's in business administration with an emphasis on accounting, also from the University of Pittsburgh, and the exact date I don't even remember. It was early 2000.
Okay. All right. So that's a master's level education. On top of your education throughout your career, have you also obtained certifications that are pertinent to business or accounting?
I have.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what some of those certifications are?
Sure. So I am a certified public accountant, registered in the state of Ohio, and I'm also a certified fraud examiner.
So let's talk about those individually. What do you have to do to become a certified public accountant in Ohio?
It's a pretty stringent process. You need to meet many different requirements for education and experience. You have to be out in the field and work so many years. And then you need to pass a 4-part test that has about a 20% pass rate. So most people who try never actually pass. I won't say it was easy. I won't say I've passed the first time.
But were you able to pass it?
I was able to pass it, yes.
Okay, and again, that's pretty common in this field, correct?
Yes.
And you said there's 4 parts to it?
There's 4 parts, that's
And
correct.
you can pass or fail, or can you pass or fail individual parts and retake those parts?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, you basically take each of the individual parts separately and need to pass each of them all within a 1-year time period.
And is it pretty rare in the accountancy field just to breeze through all 4 as we'll call a first-time go?
Yeah, I'm sure it happens, but it's I don't know anyone who has passed all 4 at once.
Okay. Let's talk about your certification as a fraud examiner.
Mm-hmm.
Tell the jury what is that? How did you go about becoming certified as a fraud examiner?
So certified fraud examiner is someone who's very interested in specializing in fraud. It's a very specialized certification. It's just a pretty limited number of people have it even. I mean, it's not something you see all over the place. It's a bit easier to get than a CPA, but still I wouldn't call it easy. You need to have, again, education experience as well as experience in the field. I think you need to have 4 years of working in a fraud field, so in some sort of capacity, and then you also have to pass a test.
Okay. And were you able to do all of that successfully?
I was.
Okay. And do you use the skills you gained through that certification process in your day-to-day work at BCI?
Yes, every day.
And have you also done some certification or training with the Six Sigma program?
I did.
Can you tell the jury what is that and how does that relate to your field?
Six Sigma is a management philosophy that specializes in efficiency. So like Honda is a huge Six Sigma company. They have it very deep. I got it because at the time I got it, I was working for a chemical company that was a big believer in Six Sigma. And I helped with quite a few performance audits, that sort of thing, trying to figure out how do you do the same thing with less waste, less people involved, less money outlay. If you can substitute one thing for another and get the same product, then maybe you don't have to pollute as much. One of the big projects for a chemical company is taking the waste products and figuring out, instead of them being a waste product, maybe they can be turned into something else. So.
You just brought up a good point that I'm going to have you flesh out with the jury. Typically, when people think about audits, it's like, oh no, here comes the IRS, they're going to audit my taxes. Are there different types of audits that people like you or accountants, people trained like you, can do? And what are some of those types of audits and how do they help or
Sure. So there's a variety of different types of auditors. There are definitely the tax people. I have never gotten involved in tax because it does not interest me at all. There's performance auditors who will go, they're efficiency experts, and go into a company and really audit a process. So it can be a very discrete process or a whole big process. I spent many years doing that, and it's kind of fun. Then there's financial auditors. So when you hear of like the big companies like Ernst & Young, Price Waterhouse, they specialize in financial audits. So they'll come into a company and look at their financial statements and certify, do these appear to be accurate? Are they following generally accepted accounting principles? This sort of thing. So, and then like what I am, I'm not considered an auditor now as a forensic accountant. I'm kind of in a field where I combine audit with investigative skills and all kinds of other things.
I'm going to come back here in a few minutes and have you kind of explain what a forensic audit is or forensic accounting is here in a few minutes. But I want to take a few minutes and kind of talk about the different job experiences you've had to get into the position that you're in right now. Now, have you had, throughout your career, have you had some positions where you do like performance audits and some where you do financial audits? Has your career been kind of a mix?
It's definitely been a mix.
Okay.
My first role in audit was with the county government, Allegheny County, which is the county that Pittsburgh is in, and mostly I did performance audits. So we would go into one of the county departments and focus on a specific area and look for ways to make it better. You know, as you can imagine, there's an enormous amount of waste in government, and really our role was to try to figure out how to eliminate some of that waste.
So when did you start working for Allegheny County doing that?
I don't remember the exact year, but it was early 2000s.
Okay. And do you remember how long you worked in that position?
About 2 years.
After your 2 years in that position, where'd you move on to next?
I got hired by Ernst & Young.
Okay, and what is Ernst & Young?
Ernst & Young is a massive company, over 100,000 employees. It's a partnership. All they do is accounting work, so they do lots of audits and tax and that sort of thing. They do some consulting. So I was with them for around 5 years. Much of my career was doing financial audits, so going into a company and looking at their books and making sure that everything looked like it was up to snuff. And towards the end of my time with them, I was doing more consulting, so what we call risk consulting. So I would go into a process and look for ways to try to break it. So I was trying to find ways to make every process less susceptible to fraud, less susceptible to errors, these sorts of things. Again, kind of, is there a better way of doing this?
Okay. And when you first started with Ernst & Young, where was that? What office did you work at?
I was in Pittsburgh.
And at some point, while you were with them, did you make your way over to Ohio?
I did.
Okay, and tell us
I
about that.
became an Ohioan.
What year did you make it back to Ohio? Or over to Ohio, I guess.
I believe it was 2008.
Okay. And what did you do when you came to Ohio?
I continued working for Ernst & Young. I was able to, the nice thing about a big company like that is they've got offices everywhere. So I was just able to transfer. So I transferred from the Pittsburgh office to the Columbus office.
At some point, did you leave Ernst & Young?
I did.
And where did you go from there?
I went to work for a company called Hexion. They're a chemical company.
And what did you do for Hexion?
I worked in their internal audit department. So most of what I did there, I got kind of promoted along the way, but most of what I did there was a lot of risk consulting. So go in, look at a process, look for risks, and how to remediate those risks and eliminate them.
At some point when you were doing, and was that company in Ohio as well? I'm sorry.
Yes, they're headquartered in Columbus.
Okay. At some point, while you were working for them or during your time with them, did you become interested in coming over to criminal investigations in the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation?
I did.
And tell us how you became interested in that and what the process was for you to make your way to BCI.
So I've been interested in fraud work for quite a while. It always just seems interesting. You know, for an accountant, we do a lot of boring things, but that seemed kind of more interesting. And eventually at Hexion, I was put in charge of what they called the hotline. So they had something, they have over 100,000 employees all over the world. And these employees can call a telephone number if there's a problem. Like, you know, so they know somebody's stealing something or whatever it is. I'd say 90% of the calls were kind of silly, but 10% of them were very worrying. So, and in my role, I was the person that these calls would come to, and then I would often get on a plane and go and investigate them. So it was kind of tough because sometimes it would literally be like there'd be a call that would come in, and the next day I was on a plane to China, you know, and it was some really interesting work. Very difficult work because it's hard to kind of come in out of nowhere to a place I'd never been before. But it really got me interested in these investigating frauds. That's when I got my CFE, the Certified Fraud Examiner license, and really thought about this is something I want to make a career of.
Okay. And were you able to do that? Were you able to make the jump from the private sector over to the Bureau of Criminal Investigation?
I was, yeah. I got lucky, and they had a position open at BCI. I interviewed, and I got the position.
And when you first went into BCI, tell the jury, again, what was the process for you getting hired? Was there a training or a supervision period where you had to kind of learn the lay of the land, and what kind of cases did you initially start working?
Well, the hiring process at BCI is quite stringent. It took about 6 months from when they offered me the job to when I actually started, because you have to go through background checks, polygraph, they call all these references. It's just a lot that goes into it. So I started giving up hope that it was ever going to happen, but eventually they gave me a start date, and I was able to start. Yeah, there's certainly some training. I mean, forensic accountants, it's a very small group, so, and we're pretty much all at the same level. It's only been recently that I was made a supervisor of the unit. Always before, it had been a special agent who didn't really have any special experience with financial cases. So, but that being said, I mean, we have some standards, and we kind of have our way of doing things. Each forensic accountant needs to be somewhat creative. We need to be able to kind of pull ourselves up by the bootstraps, because every case is different. I mean, it's really, I've been amazed. When I first started this job, I thought that I would just be doing like, employee thefts, that sort of thing. And I've been all over the map doing all kinds of things. And, I got involved in drug cases, murder cases, thefts from nonprofits, thefts from government, really any type of crime, almost any type of crime has a financial element to it. That's usually a huge motivation for people. So there's been a lot of times where I've been able to take a small case and turn it into a big case by saying, hey, wait, if we get the bank records, we can go back 2 years and see, like, look, this is not just something that happened today, it's been happening all along. And the way the laws are in Ohio, we could suddenly pull in like RICO charges, so organized crime, money laundering, then these things have heavy penalties. So I'm able to supercharge things a little bit.
So do you also, again, assist with other types of investigations? So again, where finances may not be the primary focus, but may play the background of a case, or you have to come in and help sort through those types of records and issues as well?
Yeah, that's definitely true. Some of the cases I'm called in, I'm the only person from BCI involved. I work with a local police department, and I'm kind of running much of the show. But then there's other cases that I'm just a very small part of a much larger thing. And, there's times where I get involved and we're not even sure that there's actually going to be a viable financial part of a case. Okay. Other times it's, I just kind of do my thing and something pops out or something doesn't.
You've talked several times in these introductory comments about forensic accounting. Mm-hmm. If you could, take a few minutes and tell the jury, what is forensic accounting and what does a forensic accountant do?
So forensic accounting it's kind of a hybrid field. It's a combination of an investigator, an auditor, and maybe even a little piece of law. All that, the biggest distinction of that field is everything we do is intended to be presented in a court of law. So that's really our focus. So when you hear about a forensic scientist, same thing. What they're doing is their scientific work, whatever it is, blood analysis or whatever, but it's going towards a court of law. Some forensic accountants specialize in civil cases. So like on these high-profile divorces of the movie stars and all that, I guarantee they have a whole bunch of people doing what I do who make 10 times more than I make. But they help sort out the assets and try to figure out, is somebody hiding assets? Is there a villa in Spain that they forgot to mention? That sort of thing. So those are the civil. Then there's people like me who focus on criminal. All I do is criminal work.
And if you could, walk us through when you're called in to assist in an investigation or provide forensic accounting services as part of a criminal investigation. What type of records do you typically examine?
It all depends on the type of case. So usually a baseline is bank statements.
Okay.
Bank statements, but you know, it could be a company. If it's a company, theft from a company, I might be looking at payroll records. I might be looking at cash receipt books. I might be looking at invoices, receipts, tax returns. It all just depends kind of what the allegation is. The distinction between my position and like an auditor, if an auditor was going into something, they are going to kind of try to look at everything. I'm very focused on what the allegation is.
Okay.
If the allegation is an employee is stealing from a cash register, I'm not necessarily going to look at their payroll. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or you know, how the inventory comes in. I'm just looking at the cash register. So how can I show whether or not there's money missing from the cash register? So sometimes, so in that specific example, maybe I'll look at bank statements to see the money coming into the business, where does it go? Do they have records of sales? You know, can I match those records to the bank statement? Is there missing money? And then we can use subpoenas to get the bank records of that employee. So I can see, maybe you'll see all this unexplained cash coming in, that sort of thing.
Okay. And that actually leads me right to another question. There at BCI, again, do you often work as part of an investigative team that is working on a specific case?
Yes. Some cases are definitely like, for example, this case was very much a teamwork approach. I mean, I was just a very tiny part of the whole thing going on. You know, there was a massive team of people, and I relied on them, they relied on me. You know, there were a lot of things where, you know, I'd need to go to them to try to even figure out what I should be looking for.
Okay, and that was going to be one of my questions. When you're working as part of a team, how do you figure out like what records you need, who's going to get those records, or how those records are going to come in? Can you walk the jury through how you do that?
Well, again, it depends on what the allegations are. So what I'll do is I'll try to find some bank records, and looking at the transactions going through there, I may, usually if you have one good bank account, it'll point to other bank accounts. Okay. You know what I mean? But I'll like compare that to, for example, like tax returns. Is there money that's missing? Is there money that's coming in that goes somewhere else? Are there purchases, you know, houses purchased, that sort of thing?
Okay. And I guess that begs my question. When you say I'll start by looking for bank accounts, well, how do you even know where to look? How do you know how to look for bank accounts?
That's probably one of the hardest parts of my job, is finding the information. Once I have all the records, then, you know, then I can just kind of charge forward with it. Finding those bank accounts can be the biggest challenge. So usually it involves a combination of, often we'll do like a search warrant, so we can go and search, and you know, people keep bank statements in their house. In some cases, what I've done is send a subpoena, like I'll figure out where do they live, and I'll figure out who the utility providers are. So, you know, there's usually only one water company that provides to each area. So you can send a subpoena to that water company and say, how is this person paying their bill? Now, if they're paying by cash, that's not very helpful. But often people will pay with a check, and I can get a copy of that check. And then suddenly, you know, with the information on the check, I can follow that to a bank statement. Once I have one bank account, it's usually pretty easy to keep growing from there.
Okay. And you've talked about focusing on bank records. Could you tell the jury again, what kind of information is on bank records that you're interested in, or that you pay attention to?
Well, it depends on the type of case. I know I keep saying that, but that's the honest answer. So on bank statements, I can see both. I guess I would separate it into two big things: income and expenses, right? So what money is coming in? How is it coming in? Is it, you know, what is this person doing? Do they have a job? Is it, you know, or maybe they're getting Social Security, whatever it is. And then looking at the expenditures, the money going out. You can tell so much about a person from their financial statements. I mean, it's kind of incredible, really.
So in addition to bank statements, in your job there providing forensic accounting services in these investigations, do you also often look at credit card statements?
Yes, certainly.
Okay, and again, can you tell us with respect to credit card statements. How does the credit card company, if I use my card getting gas on the way home tonight, how is that recorded? How does it make its way to my statement?
Well, every single transaction, whether it's a purchase through the credit card or a payment on the credit card, is going to be recorded by the credit card company. So, and just like we all get statements from the credit card company each month with what we spent and what we owe, we can get those statements. We can send a subpoena to the credit card company, and they'll send us everything we ask for.
Okay. And based on your knowledge, your training, your experience, again, my financial transactions, let's say with my credit card, do they always post instantly? So if I swipe it, will it instantly be on my account?
No. Usually there's a delay. So often what you'll see is the day of the purchase is going to be a little different from what they call the posting date.
Okay.
So the posting date is when it actually hits your card. Just because of the way that, everything has to move through these financial systems, the little machine that's at the retailer that they run the credit card through, that only communicates, usually it only communicates once a day with the larger system. And it takes a little while for it to work its way through to your specific credit card company. Because, there's lots of credit card companies. So often what you'll see on your credit card statement is it'll be recorded on the credit card statement a different day than you actually made the purchase.
And based on your knowledge, your training, your experience in this area, is that posting date, does it take longer for a charge to post if it's a purchase of something from overseas?
Yes. Not always, but yes. If it's an overseas purchase, in general, that's going to take even longer to kind of make its way through the electric system.
And again, based on your knowledge, your training experience, are there certain purchases that will set off like fraud protection with credit card companies?
Sure. Yeah, the credit card companies have gotten much better at, they kind of, in some ways, they automate what I do. What they do is they're looking at transactions, and each of the credit card companies, they know you, and they know what your income is, they know all about you, and they know what sorts of things you normally buy. So if all of a sudden you're spending tons of money in Japan, and as far as they're concerned, you're not in Japan, that'll probably set off a red flag for them.
And that was going to be a question that I was going to follow up with. Again, based on your knowledge, your training, your experience, are overseas purchases the types of purchases that more frequently set off in fraud protection?
Yeah, overseas is certainly one part of it. Also the amounts. And also just certain vendors are much more likely to be fraudulent. So the credit cards have kind of their red list of if something hits, remember they're seeing millions of transactions every day. And they've got departments of people who basically have the same training that I have, who can program into the system. We want you to call out whenever there's these sorts of transactions happening. So they kind of set all these filters. The smart credit card companies now even almost send you an instantaneous email or text message saying, "Did you actually make this purchase?" Okay. Because with a credit card you can dispute it. If it's very soon after you make the purchase, it can be disputed and reversed.
And that was going to be a follow-up question. If you dispute a payment, does it come off your account, or does it? Would it and it came off your account? Would that show up in the records?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Everything shows up. They don't. Everything's recorded in a database. They don't ever record any line in that database.
Okay. So again, if Andy Wilson uses his credit card tonight, or I get a call tomorrow morning. Let's say I did use my credit card tonight. I get a call tomorrow morning from my credit card company that says, "Hey, you spent $300 last night on your credit card." And I say, "Whoa, no, I didn't. I was in court, at the time of that thing."
Right.
And they take it off. Would that show up? Would the fact that they took that charge off show up on my credit card account?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
There would probably be a process that they'd have to go through with it.
Okay.
But yes, it would eventually come off.
In the course of your duties there as a forensic accountant at BCI, were you asked to assist investigators or investigative team in the investigation of the Rhoden homicides in Pike County? Okay.
Yes.
And can you tell the jury, when were you first asked to provide your services to this case?
It was somewhere probably around July or August of 2016.
Okay. And do you remember how you were initially asked to participate on the team, or what you were initially asked to do?
Yes, so this was a case where, this was very much a teamwork approach. And I think especially in the early stages of the investigation, it wasn't always clear what direction this was going to go. There were a million rumors around what happened, but I think I would say that BCI was trying to follow up every lead in every direction it would go. So I was asked to get involved right around that July, August time period. So a couple months after the murders. And then, and at that time, there was not a clear direction for me to go.
Okay.
In other words, I was just told, hey, we want you to start showing up to meetings, absorbing information, listen in, and just see if there's something here. Just see if there's something here that you can contribute. And it just kind of went from there.
Okay. At some point, as the investigation progressed, were you asked to provide forensic accounting services with respect to some specific suspects?
I was.
All right. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CCC 24.
Mm-hmm.
I could get CCC 24. Okay. State's Exhibit CCC 24 that I handed you, is that the same image that's up on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us what's depicted there in State's Exhibit CCC 24?
Well, so these are the suspects, kind of the range of suspects, as well as some related companies that, as I was looking at transactions, I kind of grouped them together because they had common ownership, frequent transactions back and forth, et cetera.
Okay. As part of your duties in this case, were you asked to look at financial evidence, accounts, stuff that would pertain to forensic accountancy for each one of those suspects individually and any corporate entities that they may be attached to?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us specifically who did you look at with respect to each individual, and then what corporate entities you looked at?
Okay, so there was the four family members, George Wagner III, Angela Wagner, George Wagner IV, and Edward Wagner. And then there were two corporate entities that they had created. One was called Wagner Trucking, and one was called Defiance Farms. And then also a small piece of this was Tabitha Wagner.
Okay. And did you do some independent examination of an account or something that was linked to Tabitha Wagner?
That's correct.
Now, as part of your work in this case, again, did you identify accounts? Let's start with bank accounts. Did you identify bank accounts that were linked to each one of those individuals and those two corporate entities?
I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CCC1. State's Exhibit CCC1. Can you give me the next slide? Okay. State's Exhibit CCC1. The document itself, can you tell the jury what that document is?
So this summarizes the various bank accounts that I identified during the course of the investigation that were relevant to these individuals and entities.
Okay. And were you able to obtain records for each one of those bank accounts?
I was.
And can you tell us how did you go through, what was the process you went through to obtaining those records?
Sent a subpoena to each of the banks, and they provided the records.
And if you could, I want you to go line by line through the accounts that you subpoenaed, the type of account it is, the names associated with each individual account, any signers or co-signers on that account, and any dates associated with that. So,
sure.
What's the first count listed, the first count that you looked at?
So the first account was a PNC bank account. It's a checking account in the name of George Wagner III and Angela. They're co-signers, joint owners of the account.
And let me jump in real quick. Again, George Wagner III, do you know him through the investigation to also be identified as Billy Wagner?
That's correct.
Okay.
Would it be simpler if I just call him Billy?
Yes, please.
Okay, I will do that.
Okay. And then they're both signers on it. Can you tell us what was the date that account was opened? What was the date that it was closed? And any subpoena information that you...
So that account was opened in October 13th, 2009. It was closed May 13th of 2016. So, and for that account specifically, I looked at from May of 2013 through the close date, which is May of 2016, so about 3 years.
Was there also an account from First State Bank that was associated with Edward or Jake Wagner? And again, whenever we go to Edward, if you could, do you know him to be identified through the investigation as Jake Wagner? Okay. And if you could, give us the information about that account associated with Jake Wagner.
Sure. So it's with First State Bank. It was a checking account. It was, Jake was the sole signer on that account. And that account was opened in January of 2014, closed in June of 2017. So, and I looked at the full range from beginning to end on that account.
Was there also an account from First State Bank associated with Defiance Farms that you looked at?
Yes, that was also with First State Bank.
Can you give us the information on that?
Yeah, the signers on that are Jake and George.
Okay.
The date open on that account was October 14th, 2014, and that was closed June 30th of 2017. And I looked at the full from open to close on that one as well.
And I guess it's important, we didn't cover this, but instead of just assuming, can you tell the jury again, what's it mean to be a signer on an account?
So to have really any ownership rights to an account, you need to be a signer on the account. So if you have joint ownership, that means you both have equal rights and responsibilities to the account. So if the account goes negative, you both have to pay the bank to get it up to where it should be. If one person puts money in, the other one can take it out. So if there's two people who are both signers on the account, then they both have full and equal rights and responsibilities with that account.
Was there also an account from First State Bank that was associated with Wagner Trucking?
There was.
Can you tell the jury what type of account was that? Who had the signer privileges of that?
Yeah, so that was a checking account, and that account had George and Angela as signers. It was opened in March of 2014, March 21, 2014, closed October 10th of 2017. And for that account, I looked at the full from open to close.
At some point in the course of the investigation, did you also look at accounts from Alaska?
I did.
And was there an Alaska Federal Credit, or USA Federal Credit Union account associated with Angela Wagner?
There was.
Can you tell us the information on that account, please?
Yes. So the way the credit union works, they're under the same account. You can have both checking and savings accounts. It's designated by the last two numbers. So for example, with Angela, she had a checking account and a savings account. She was the sole person who was named in that account, who was the sole owner. And those accounts were opened July 3rd of 2017. And they were still open as of the last time I looked, which was, I think I went up to around, I went up through 2018.
Okay. Did you find a similar account from USA Federal Credit Union as far as savings and checking that was in Jake Wagner's name?
I did.
And can you tell us the information on that?
Yes. So that one actually had 3 different types of accounts under that one account number. So there was a savings, a checking, and a money market. And each of those had both Jake and Angela as co-owners on the account. They were all opened June 19th, 2017, and the money market was closed on December 26th of 2017. The other 2 were open as of the date in 2018 that I kind of put as my cutoff. So for those accounts, I looked at from the open date until May 18th, 2018.
And you may have said this, but was there a co-signer on that account as well?
Yes, so it was Jake and Angela were the co-owners of that account.
And with respect to the USA Federal, or the Alaska USA Federal Credit Union accounts, did you find similar accounts for George Wagner with respect to savings and checking?
Yes, so there was, again, a savings and a checking account. George and Angela were both listed as signers on those accounts. They were opened June 19th, 2017, and they were still open as of the cutoff point for my review, which was May 18th, 2018.
In addition to George's account, did you also find an Alaska USA Federal Credit Union account in Billy's name?
I did.
And can you give us the information about that account?
Yes, so there was a savings account and a checking account. They're both under Billy. Billy was the sole signer on those accounts. They were open June 23rd, 2017, and were still open as of my cutoff point, which was May 18th, 2018.
And even though Angela Wagner was a signer on the other two accounts, she was not a signer on Billy Wagner's accounts.
That's correct.
As part of your work in this case, did you also examine some accounts from the Ohio Valley Bank?
I did.
Okay. And can you talk to us about a checking account from Ohio Valley Bank that was in the name of George and Angela Wagner?
Yes, so there was a checking account that was identified. George and Angela were co-signers on that account. It was opened November 9th of 2011, and it was closed June 12th of 2014. And I looked at it from January of 2014 to the close date in June.
Did you also find an Ohio Valley Bank checking account where George and Jake owned the account together?
I did.
Can you tell us about that account?
Sure, it's a checking account. They were both signers on that account. That account was opened in August of 2013 and closed in September of 2015. So, and I looked at the beginning of 2014 through the close date in 15.
And was there an Ohio Valley Bank account just in Jake's name?
There was.
Can you tell us the information about that account?
Sure, that's a checking account. It was just, Jake was the only signer on that account. It was opened in November of 2011 and closed in February of 2015.
And one final account, was there an account from Rockhold Brown and Company Bank?
Yes.
And can you tell us the information on that account? Whose account was it? Who
Sure.
were the signers?
Yeah, that was a checking account. It was in the names of Billy Wagner and Angela Wagner. It was opened in March of 2009 and closed September of 2010.
Okay. Can you do me a favor? Can you set that aside, but set it somewhere where you can refer to it if I need you to? In addition to looking at those bank accounts, as part of the investigative team, did you both find and were you given information about purchases or items of interest that may be in the financial accounts?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us how that worked?
Well, mainly it was through conversations with special agents working on this case, our intel team. Really, I mean, there was a lot of, we have to remember this investigation has been going on since 2016. So there's a lot of meetings, both casual and formal, over the years. And there would be kind of different theories on how things happened, and different ideas would get floated for what might have been involved. And I would be asked, hey, can you look for this or that, So, I mean, some obvious things I was looking for: ammunition purchases, guns, that sort of thing. But then as time went on, I was asked to look for things like oil filters and mag lights and things like that.
Okay. And again, the investigators were the ones who were really digging into how that may play. They were asking you just to look and check the financial records to see if
Yes, yeah, I'm not like an expert at all in making silencers or that sort of thing. So it would be more they're we kind of have our experts on staff, and they would say, hey, these are the kind of the components that would be purchased, this specific type of drill bit, this whatever, and then I would just look at the financial statements and see if I could find purchases that would line up with some of those items.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit CCC2. State's Exhibit Triple C2. Mr. Junk, can I get the next slide? First of all, that item in your hand, is that the same item that's up on the screen?
It is.
Okay. And can you tell the jury, again, you don't have to read, I'm not going to ask you to read off individually that stuff
Thank
right
you.
now, but can you tell the jury what that is?
So this is a list of most of the items that I identified that could be relevant to this investigation.
Okay.
So it kind of fits in with, as I said, I was kind of told to look for specific types of items, and as I was looking through, especially based on dates, these things stood out.
Okay. And those are items that stood out to you, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And with respect to the list of all items of interest in this case, are there things that investigators may know about that may not be on this list?
Sure. Yeah, everybody had different pieces.
Okay.
So, there were like certain search warrants that I wasn't there, and somebody else might have picked something up and said, hey, this is a great receipt, and even though it was very collaborative and very much a teamwork approach, we all kind of were working in our own lane. So, yes, there are certainly things financial things even, that someone else might have worked on.
Okay. With respect to State Exhibit Triple C2, I'm going to have you just put that aside as well, because
Okay.
I may need you to refer to that
All right.
here shortly. All right. You've talked about the different accounts that you looked at. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit Triple C3. And I'm not going to have you, there's no slide. Triple C3, if you could, take a look at that and tell me, do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay. And can you tell the jury, is the information in that document associated with one of those counts that you examined as part of your work in this case?
It is.
And can you tell the jury what account that's associated with?
So this is the PNC account. It ends in 3513, and this is an account that's jointly owned by George and Angela Wagner.
Okay.
It's with PNC Bank.
And when you say George and Angela, if you could, refer back to Triple C1 if you need to.
Yep.
Are you talking George the Third? Who?
That's a good question.
Okay.
Yes, that is what I mean.
Okay.
So Billy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So that first account we're looking at there, does that belong to Billy and Angela?
Billy and Angela, that's correct.
And as part of your work in this case, did you have the opportunity, again, to examine the different financial transactions associated with that account?
I did.
Could you tell the jury briefly, what kind of transactions are we looking at? What kind of items are purchased, and just generally?
Mm-hmm.
And then who all is using that account based on your examination?
Well, the sorts of things I was looking at was both the purchases, just to see what was being purchased. Were there any of these things that fit into the lists of, items of interest that I'd be looking for? So just looking through for that. I was also just looking for trends and patterns. So did the income coming in change over time? Did the expenditures change over time? This sort of thing.
Okay. And with respect to the types of transactions that are involved there, again, just briefly tell us what kind of stuff is that account being used for, just generally?
It's pretty much just normal stuff. Walmart, insurance payments, restaurant, these sorts of things.
And with respect to purchases of interest that you were looking for in that specific account, was there anything that you called out in that account?
No, I don't think so.
Triple C3. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit Triple C4. And Mr. Junk, if I can get the next PowerPoint slide on this one. State's Exhibit Triple C4. Can you tell us what that exhibit is?
So this is the First State Bank account ending in 3376. It's in the name of Jake. Let's see if anybody else is on there. Yeah, so that account is solely in the name of Jake.
Okay. And I'm going to, again, with respect to the financial activity in that account, did you have the opportunity to examine different financial transactions and determine whether or not there were any transactions of interest with respect to that account?
I did.
Okay. And I'm going to direct your attention to the image that I have up on the screen. Again, do you recognize that to be a portion of State's Exhibit CCC4?
I do.
Okay. With respect to a transaction, let's just start at the top. February 29th, 2016,
Yep.
an Amazon transaction for $24.37.
Yes.
Again, looking at those records, did you recognize that or did you mark that as a transaction of interest?
I did.
Okay, and can you tell the jury were you able to link that transaction to a specific item of interest?
I was.
And can you tell the jury what that transaction is linked to?
So that one, the 2437, was a Great Light 3D high-intensity aluminum flashlight.
Okay. And again,
Purchased at Amazon.
okay. Again, with respect to flashlights, is that something that the investigative team told you they were interested in that could have evidence?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, I was told to keep an eye out for flashlights and oil filters, these sorts of things.
Okay. Drill bits?
Drill bits, specialized drill bits, bolts of various kinds, and also just things like tactical equipment. So, and ammunition and these sorts of things. So, flashlights certainly caught my attention.
Again, on February 29, 2016, was there another, two more purchases for $27.88 that caught your interest?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what those were associated with that account?
Yes, so they were both purchased from Amazon, and these were two high-speed steel extra long drill bits.
Okay. And again, is that the type of financial transaction that you would have shared with the investigative team?
Yes.
And if you would, it says debit. How is that going on a debit card? How's that posting on this account, do you know?
It's a, yes, so it would have been purchased using the ATM card, the debit card.
Okay. Was there another transaction from February 29, 2016 for $28.79 that caught your interest?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what that is?
That was for a thread adapter for a Colt 1911 22.
And can you tell us who was that money paid to, or who did that debit go to?
That went to a company called Tactical Innovations.
Also in this account, was there a transaction from March 1st, 2016 in the amount of $27.26 that caught your attention?
There was. Sorry, everything's so small. All right. Yes, there was.
Okay. Can you tell us what that was?
Yeah, so this was another Amazon purchase, and it was another Great Light 3D high-intensity aluminum flashlight. So it looks like, yeah, it was a duplicate of the other one.
Okay. Was there a debit on March 2nd, 2016 in the amount of $11.99 that caught your attention?
Yes.
Can you tell us, were you able to link that to an item of interest?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that was?
So that was from a company called North Bay Trading Company, and it was a hex die,
Okay.
which honestly, I'm not even sure what that is, but I was told it's relevant, so.
Okay. That's one of those things where somebody else on the team told you to look out for this type of.
Yes, I mean, I am not a gunsmith or an expert in that area. I'm good at finding things on bank statements.
Okay. Let's go to March 2nd, 2016. March 2nd, 2016.
Yeah.
Again, was there another payment for $14.73 that caught your attention?
There was.
Can you tell us what that was?
Yes, so that was from a different company, a similar name, NTC Trading Company. And that was for a 1/2 inch high quality plug tap.
Go to March 3rd, 2016. March 3rd, 2016, was there a charge in the amount of $37.96 that caught your attention?
There was.
Can you tell the jury what that was?
Yes, so that was a purchase from a company called drillsandcutters.com. Obviously an internet site. It was for a specific extra long drill bit, 18 inches long.
And finally, with respect to this page, March 18th, 2016, was there a charge in the amount of $39.39 that caught your attention?
Just bear with me for a second here. Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that was?
So this was actually 2 items that were both purchased at the same time through Amazon. One was a high-speed steel right-hand threading tap, and the other was a right-hand thread die.
Now, with respect to all of those transactions, and as you're reading those financial records, are those the dates that those transactions were posted in that account?
These are the dates that they are posted, that's correct.
And as you sit there, do you know whether or not that's the same as whether or not those purchases were actually made?
So there may be a small difference between the purchase date and the posting date, as we discussed earlier.
I'll take that from you. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CCC5. State's Exhibit CCC5, again, do you recognize that as one of the accounts that you looked at and provided forensic accounting services on?
Yes.
And can I get the next slide, please? Can you tell the jury, with respect to that account, what account is that and who's it associated with?
So it is First State Bank account 0246, the last 4 numbers. And it's in the name of George Wagner, doing business as Defiance Farm. And the signers on that account are Jake and George.
If I could direct your attention to those records, and specifically in March of 2016, was there a debit or a charge to that account from March 23rd, 2016, in the amount of $167.92 that you annotated as a possible purchase of interest?
There was.
And can you tell the jury, were you able to, well, first of all, where was that from? And were you able to tell what that is?
So it's from the retailer Menards.
Okay.
And it was for 20 60-pound bags of concrete mix.
And again, with respect to that account there, was there also a charge from April 11, 2016 in the amount of $35 that caught your attention?
Yes.
And can you tell us, again, what was that purchase, where was it to, and can you tell what it was for?
So that purchase was through eBay. and it was for a Captain America Winter Soldier latex mask.
My handy, what's been marked for identification purposes is State's Exhibit CCC6. State's Exhibit CCC6. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what is that document?
So this is a catalog of the transactions through First State Bank. It's account number 713848. The name on the bank account it's a Wagner Trucking, and the signers on that account are George and Angela.
As you examined all the accounts involved in this case, did you notice multiple insurance payouts?
I did.
And is that one of the things that you called out, or you at least took notice of with respect to your forensic work in this case?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you to put that next slide up for me, Mr. Junk. And with respect to State's Exhibit CCC6, again, who's the owner and who are the signers on that?
That's George and Angela.
I want to direct your attention in those records to February 5th of 2016.
Mm-hmm.
February 5th, 2016, was there an insurance payout from Great Western Insurance?
There was.
Okay. And can you give us the information associated with that payout?
So it was a check from Great West Insurance. It was for $40,000, and the note on the check said settlement. It was payable to George.
Okay. I want to take you now to February 8th, 2016. February 8th, 2016, again, was there another insurance payout that caught your attention?
Yeah, there were 3 checks
Okay.
deposited that day.
And who were those checks from?
They were, just like the prior check, they were from Great West Insurance.
Who were they to?
And
Who were they made out
payable
to?
to George Wagner.
And can you tell us the amounts of each of those checks?
Yeah, so the first check, the note on it was for personal property. It was $2,500. Second one just was called settlement, and that was for $1,675.99. And the third check was, the note said reimbursement was for $300 even.
And also, with respect to this account that's in George Wagner's name, were there payouts or payroll distributions made from this account to Jake Wagner?
There were.
I want to direct your attention also to March 4th of 2016. March 4th of 2016, with respect to this account, was there another insurance payout?
There was.
And can you tell the jury, again, the information about that payout?
Yes, so that was also from Great West Insurance, payable to George. It didn't have a note on it in terms of what it was for, but it was for $864.52.
We're going to stay with that same exhibit, CCC6. Mr. Junk, I'm going to have you give me the next slide if you could. Okay, if you could, take us to February 18th, 2016. February 18th, 2016, with respect to that account, again, it's the George Wagner, the fourth, George Wagner, doing business as Wagner Trucking.
Mm-hmm.
Was there a payout that you annotated, or not a payout, but an expense, a purchase, with respect to O'Reilly Auto Parts?
There was.
Okay. And can you tell us about that purchase?
Sure. It was a purchase at O'Reilly Auto Parts. It was for a Wix oil filter. It was just a single filter. And the purchaser was George.
And again, was that a type of item that somebody else on the team told you to keep an eye out for?
Yes, certainly.
I want to take you to January 25th of 2017 in those records. January 5th, 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Was there an expense in that account for legal fees or legal Legal fees, I guess.
Yeah, legal expenses.
Okay. And can you tell the jury the information with respect to that expense?
So that was, it was a check that was written for $50 to Mr. Bruce Daly.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CCC7. And Mr. Junk, if I could get the next slide. State's Exhibit CCC7. Again, with respect to those Alaska federal accounts, did you have the opportunity to examine those accounts?
I did.
And again, what were you looking for with respect to those accounts?
Anything of interest. So basically just kind of looking at money coming in, money going out, this sort of thing.
With respect to those Alaska federal accounts, again, did you see purchases within those accounts and transfers that went back and forth between individual members of the family?
Yes.
And again, just generally, I don't need specifics, but what types of things were they buying using those accounts?
Well, these accounts were the main accounts that were being used in the 2017 to 2018 period. Mostly all the other accounts were closed, and then these were opened up. And really what I saw was a lot of transactions that were just normal, groceries, that sort of thing, but also just an extensive amount of money going back and forth between all the different accounts.
Okay.
So, and these are the accounts that had, I talked earlier about the credit union accounts, that, one account number would have a checking and a savings, that sort of thing. And on this, I cataloged them all together on this schedule. And yeah, you can see money zinging back and forth.
Okay. And going from each individual's account back and forth?
Correct.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CCC8. State's Exhibit CCC8. Can you take a look at that? And again, do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay. And what account is that associated with?
So this is associated with Ohio Valley Bank, account 6721508. It's a checking account, and it's a joint account with George and Angela.
Okay. And I'm going to direct your attention to, Mr. Junk, if I can get the next slide, January 21st, 2014.
Yes.
Was there a deposit in January of 2014 into George? And when we're talking George the fourth, right? We're talking who we refer to as George.
That's correct.
And this account between George and Angela, was there a deposit from Frederica and Bob Wagner into that account?
There was.
And give us the specifics of that deposit.
So it was a check that was deposited for $33,000, and it was written to George, the check.
Okay. And then on January 31st, 2014, was there a transfer from that account right there, which is the joint account between George and Angela, into another account?
Yes.
Okay. And maybe we need to hold on to that one for one more second.
Yeah.
But I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit CCC9.
Yep.
Mr. Junk, if I can get the next slide, please. State's Exhibit CCC9. If I could direct your attention again well, first of all, what is State's Exhibit CCC9 with respect to what account does it belong to?
CCC9 is a schedule of Ohio Valley Bank account 6776205. This is an account that is jointly in the names of Jake and George.
Okay. And with respect to January 31st, 2014, do you see a transfer into that account that matches up with the transfer out that I just asked you about from the other account?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you tell us about that? Give us
Sure,
specifics.
that was January 31st, 2014. It was a account to account transfer. It was within the same bank, so they can just transfer it directly. And it was for $25,880.
And shortly after that, February 5th of 2014, was there a deposit related to legal expenses from Young and Caldwell in that account?
There was.
And can you tell us the specifics of that and who that was written out to?
Yeah, that was a check. It looks like Young and Caldwell is a legal firm, and the check was written to Edward Wagner and George Wagner for $46.90.
And then just before that, February 3rd of 2014, was there a check related to that account in the amount of $174,000?
There was.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes, so this was a check it was written out to Ohio Valley Bank for $174,000.
From that account?
Yes.
That's co-owned by Jake and George Wagner.
That's correct.
And again, with respect to February 7th, 2014, that same time period, was there another expense related to Young and Caldwell legal expenses?
Yes, so that was a check that was written to Young and Caldwell for $419.
We're going to stay with State's Exhibit CCC9. Can I get the next slide, please? Staying with this account, and again, you testified that this is the joint account between Jake and George.
That's
As part of
correct.
your examination of this account, did you also notice insurance payouts in that same time period?
I did.
Let's go to January 14th, 2014. Was there a deposit related to an Ohio casualty payout?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that was?
So it was a deposit of a check. It was from Ohio Casualty. It was payable to Jake Wagner and George Wagner in the amount of $9,916.70.
And with respect to that other slide that we just showed, again, is this about the same time period as these transfers and these
That's correct.
legal fees and these real estate transactions? Yes. February 19th, 2014, again, with respect to this account linked to Jake and George, did you find another deposit related to an Ohio casualty insurance payment?
I did.
Can you tell us the specifics of that, please?
Yes, so that was from Ohio Casualty, payable to Jake and George for $8,690.45.
April 9th, 2014, again, in the same account related to Jake and George, did you find another deposit related to an insurance payout from Ohio Casualty?
I did.
Can you tell us what that was?
Yeah, it was the same parties involved, from Ohio Casualty to George and Jake for $15,461.53.
August 18th, 2014, again, was there another deposit or insurance payout from Ohio Casualty to this account?
Yes.
And can you tell us the specifics of that, please?
Yes, that was a check from Ohio Casualty, payable to George and Jake for $18,706.57.
Shortly after that deposit was made, August 28, 2014, was there a withdrawal of money from that account?
There was a withdrawal of $18,700 in cash.
And then finally, October 7th, 2014, was there a deposit, again, into that joint account between the joint account of Jake and George related to an insurance payout?
There was.
And can you tell us the specifics of that, please?
Yep, so that was from Ohio Casualty again to George and Jake for $13,861.20.
Let's go all the way back to State's Exhibit CCC1. I told you to hold it close.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Junk, can I get the next slide, please? In addition to bank accounts associated with the four Wagners and their business entities, Did you also, as part of your work in this case, examine credit card accounts and loans associated with the 4 Wagners and any business entities that they may have?
I did.
Okay. And I put an item up on the screen. You've got State's Exhibit CCC 1 in front of you. Can you tell the jury what are they looking at on the screen there, and is that part of CCC 1?
Yes, so this is a summary of the credit cards and loans that I looked at. So this is kind of the counterpart to the bank accounts. So there's 11 loans and credit cards listed here.
Okay. And can we go through, again, those accounts, those credit cards, excuse me, and can you give the jury the specifics about what each card is, what each credit card is, what each loan is, and who it's associated with, dates open, dates closed, all that stuff?
Sure. The first one listed is a Bank of America card. It's a branded Bass Pro Shops. The account ends in 4298. It's a credit card, and it's in the name of Jake Wagner. Okay. So it was opened in December of 2013, closed in March of 2018, and I looked at all the transactions for the entire period.
Okay. And is that an account that, as part of the investigation, a subpoena was sent and documents were received?
Yes.
Okay, actually, real quick, tell us, how does that work? When the documents come in, where do they go? Are they scanned? How do they get into your custody and control for your review?
So it's a formal legal process. There's a subpoena that's prepared, signed by a judge, and it gets sent to the company, and they usually have a specific department that handles subpoena requests. They get a lot of them. And then the request comes back. I believe it came back to BCI, but either through BCI or through the prosecutor's office. And then eventually it makes its way to me.
Okay.
So, and the statements can be, like some of these were bankers' boxes full of paper. Some of them were on discs. It was just, some of them were transferred through electronic means. So it's just kind of, each bank does things their own way.
Okay. And again, it's, when you're asking for these records, you're asking for business records conducted in the ordinary course of the bank or the credit card company's business. Is that correct?
That's correct. So what I'm looking for is the statements, the documents used. So like with a credit card, I would want the application. So to get into credit card, you have to fill out an application. And that's always interesting to me because you have to state your income and you have to state other things like that. And, you know, I'm already looking at all this other information. I just want to see, is that accurate at all? You know, what are they saying? Who do they say they work for? What address are they using? So there's just a lot of information that can come.
Can we take a break?
Yes.
Want a break for the, I've got a long way to go with him yet. So if you just want a break for the evening, we can bring you back tomorrow morning.
Is that acceptable with both sides? We will conclude for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. You'll be going home. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you by anyone or in your presence by anyone. Do not form or express an opinion concerning this case until it's finally submitted to you for deliberation and verdict. Do no research at all concerning this case, either as to the facts or as to the law from any source at all. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of this case from any source at all, including newspapers, radio, television, or any internet source. Refrain from all of that, and do not have any contact with any of the participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Does counsel for either side have anything further before we adjourn for the evening?
No, Your Honor.
At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, jury is to assemble at the jury room. Leave your notepads on your seats and take your badges home. We are adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.